Well, good morning, everyone. How's the audio coming through? I just want to make sure that the audio is coming through okay on YouTube. Is everything okay with the audio level?
Hi, Dr. Bob. Good morning. I'm just gonna talk a little bit and then I'll play it back on YouTube here. Let's see how the audio is.
Yeah, I just tested it. Everything seems to be going fine. I've got to run down to Kalamazoo today, so I'm going to be out in the car on headset, but I'll still be in the chat quite a bit. So, Happy New Year, everyone. Glad to have you here, FE Pilot.
Happy New Year, Dr. Bob, and safe drive to Kalamazoo. How long of a drive is that?
About 2.5 roads are going to go down and see my mommy.
You're dropping in and out just a little bit as probably the cell signal changes as you drive, but I hear you. I hear you driving down with your mom. That's fantastic.
Yeah, I'm going to go down and spend some time. I've got an office down there, so I'm going to be working. And my mom works in the office with me, and my daughter's down there as well. So we're going to probably have dinner together. It's going to be a nice little day.
That's always great when you can combine work and see your family at the same time.
Yeah,
I saw you.
exactly.
I saw you on the Shields there last night, and I think you did a great job presenting the importance of vaccines in the pandemic. You really, I could really understand or hear your personal experience and your frustration with this whole situation.
Well, it's not so much frustration. We do have something called sympathy fatigue, though, which means that we're getting a little tired of taking care of COVID patients, especially ones that aren't helping themselves.
Absolutely, absolutely. I was as a pilot, we weren't allowed to wear masks in the flight deck until the Omicron hit. Now that's an option for us. But I was so happy to have that first vaccine in my arm, just to take veg off, just in case. You never know, right?
Yeah. Why didn't they let you wear masks in the cockpit? You can still talk through them and use the radio.
Oh, it's true. It's true. They went with a point of, well, if you have to put the oxygen mask on, it's going to slow you up a little bit. And I don't
True.
necessarily agree with that. I still think you could put the oxygen mask on just as quick, but that's the policy they went with. But now with Omicron is here, it's more transmissible. They said, okay, if you want to wear a mask, you can.
Yeah, I would think that that wouldn't be too much of an issue. And as a matter of fact, you can always put the oxygen mask right over the paper mask. It's not going to, you're still going to get the oxygen.
Dr.
That,
Bob, that is a fantastic point, and that's when we practice in the simulator. They'll tell us before we're going to need oxygen, and we'll put the cloth mask on first, and then we put the actual oxygen mask on. So yeah, you make an excellent point.
well, I mean, that oxygen is not 21% that's coming into your mask, it's 100%. You don't need much of it. You only need 5 pounds per square inch to get enough oxygen, especially at 100%.
Yep, absolutely. That's the default setting on the oxygen mask. It's got normal, which dilutes it. Let's say if you want to be up at altitude for a long time, you got normal. The default is 100%. And then you can also go to pressure breathing, where it's just forcing the air into your lungs.
Yep. And I mean, it's 5 psi at 24,000 feet. So to be honest with you, and I mean, you can easily get along with that, with 100% oxygen.
Yeah, great point. The mask is not going to hold it up. The medical procedural mask is not going to hold it up at all.
A bit, I mean, if you look at these masks, really, what are they? They're splash guards. They're designed to keep you from spraying droplets when you cough. Uh, you're not going into the trenches in World War I with here. You're dealing with, you stop your droplets from going out. The studies show that paper mask reduces the droplet spray from about 8 feet down to about 6 inches, and most of it goes up towards your eyes. So, I mean, it really makes a big difference. You're not putting crap on other people.
Fantastic point. And you know what? I think going forward, once we come out of this pandemic, I wonder if, as a society, we're more prone to wearing masks. Any little cold or even going out in flu season in public, in the grocery store, I wonder if we'll be more prone to wearing masks.
Well, now we've got all these ones that we're wearing. I think that's probably a possibility. People are getting a little bit more used, that much of it. If you can wear a mask, snugging your AR-15 for a walk, you can wear a mask. You go to the grocery store. It's not a big deal.
Your Pac-Man, or you're roboting a little bit on the voice. I think you might be in a lower reception area, but I'm still making out the gist of it.
Yeah. I mean, give me a minute. I'm trying to get things going here. So I'm going to probably bow out here for just a moment. We've got other people around. We'll see if they'll come on into the chat for a minute. I'm going to go check the stream just to make sure everything's cool, and then I'm going to put it on autopilot for a while.
Sounds good, Dr. Bob. And kudos on taking down Mitchell from Australia there. That video was really bugging me, so I'm really glad you made the debunk. That was, I hope his camp is starting to see what a charlatan he is.
Oh, do you honestly think they care? He's entertaining. Mitchell is one of those guys. I mean, he's got some good video skills, and he's got some good equipment, and he makes beautiful landscape shots in nature photography. I think he's kind of like Phuket Word. They would be much better at nature photography and nature videos than they are in science.
Missed his calling, eh?
That's just my opinion. I think that they would probably do pretty well with that. They don't have to do this crap, with the flat earth and the conspiracy stuff.
Very true, very true. But you did a great job debunking him. I just loved that. That was absolutely fantastic. Hi, God 420.
Hello, how you doing?
Not too shabby, not too shabby. Just staying home and enjoying a few days off between a whole bunch of flying. How are you doing?
Oh, just playing around here, messing around with the gyroscope.
So tell me, are you detecting any Earth rotation?
Of course.
Oh, most excellent, most excellent. That is awesome.
I set a clock by it once.
And what orientation do you set it? Do you set it like, do you polar align it, or how do you do it?
This experiment, I had it set so that it was aligned. Why?
Oh, that's the way I would do it. I would kind of tilt it. If, let's say I was at 42.5 degrees north. Wait, I'm at 43.5. If I was 43.5 degrees north, I would tilt it 43.5 degrees north just to maximize effective rotation.
So all I gotta do to figure out where you are is figure out where along that few mile wide strip you are clear around the planet. Which doesn't narrow it down a huge amount, does it? Still what, 10,000 square miles?
Well, at least you got the latitude, right?
Now all you do is figure out the longitude. Then figure out the two numbers within seconds of, that's how you figure it out.
And the inertial reference systems in airplanes are the same way. They do measure Earth rotation to establish a true heading while it's aligning before we go flying.
I can tell you, I'm not sure. I think you're a flat earther, but I'm not that positive. I just came in a few minutes ago.
Oh, no. FE Pilot is definitely not a flat earther. I mean, I do have a flat earth character on my channel. I'm still trying to narrow down the name. There's McFlatty and Flat Derp. But no, FE Pilot is definitely a glober.
There's already Flat Derp out there.
Well, it's going to be Flat Derp a second, I guess. But that's too bad. Yeah, there's really a Flat Derp. I'm disappointed by that.
There is. I think I spoke to one, too.
Oh, man. Okay, well, I guess I can't use that. Hey, I have a question. How do you power your gyro? Like, is it from an airplane or what? How does that work?
400 hertz AC.
And is this an old aircraft gyro or?
Yeah, it's I borrowed it again from my friend.
Very cool, very cool. That's a nice setup. Are you making some videos on it? Because I'd love to see that rotation.
There ain't much to see. It's just keeping a clock accurate. No, I'm not going to show my. I'm not going to show my location within a few seconds of one another. No, I'm not going to do that.
Oh, exactly. You don't want these crazy, crazy flat earthers.
I mean, that thing can get me within probably a few miles of the device, even with the crap I get cooked to it.
What's your YouTube channel? I'm going to go subscribe right now.
I haven't been filming anything. I just doing this for the sheer fun of fucking around with something that I can't afford to own. That's why I'm doing it. Just for the fun of that a friend would lend me something again to play with.
Well, I hope you document it on video because I think it's a very cool experiment you're doing.
Yeah. Of course, I've lent him my Marantz 9, so it's only fair.
What's that piece of equipment? I'm not familiar with that.
A vintage high-end piece of tube amplifier gear. Ridiculously cool.
Ah, very cool.
And I resurrected.
Did you see Dr. Bob's latest video where he takes down Mitchell from Australia?
Is Bob even alive?
Bob is actually doing a drive to Kalamazoo today. He's on mobile headset, and I think he's going to be dropping in from time to time as the drive as he gets better cell reception.
I still say it would be definitely the answer would be solved when the space aliens came and tell the flat earthers that the Earth's round.
That's awesome. Yes, I agree. Now we just have to wait for the space aliens. That'll be a number one question. What shape was the planet when you came in?
Was? Let's hope these aren't. Let's hope this isn't the Death Star. So was.
Oh, right. I got it. Now, of course, we know the flat earthers will deny it. They'll say, "Hey, the aliens are in on the conspiracy."
Yeah, the shape of the Earth was hidden by C-3PO.
I was looking at some images from Apollo missions, and on Flickr they had a whole album of the panoramics from Apollo missions, just gorgeous. And I just wonder how they think that could have been faked. I mean, I don't think we could fake that kind of thing even today. Well, I mean, I guess with CGI we probably could, but before CGI, I really don't think you could fake those kind of images.
Yeah, see gyro, it shows the truth.
Sorry, I missed that. Say that again.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, see gyro, it tells you the truth.
Oh yeah, like you mean like your gyro, Bam? Uh, is that what you're talking about?
I wish it was mine.
You know, if you like a gyro, I mean, I think you can always find something on eBay, like an older either attitude gyro or directional gyro. Um,
That
you know,
requires money to buy that stuff, which I don't have.
I hear you.
Meant that somebody trusted to let me have their.
You know, honestly, I think when you once you detect rotation a few times, the novelty's kind of going to wear off, right? Like I bought some equipment from eBay, and you know I used it for a bit, and then all of a sudden I'm like, well, been there, done that. The novelty's worn off.
Well, once C3PO gets here, we'll know for sure. That's how seriously I take Flat Earth nowadays. You agree?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely agree, and that's the right mindset. Like, you couldn't be more right about that. It's just a silly distraction. You know, there's things that could be true. There's conspiracy theories that could be true, but flat Earth is certainly not one of them.
Kind of obvious you using your name as a troll. Something.
Yeah, well, I just want something that's easy to remember and something which is unique. Um, I think that's important. Like, you know, if a name is too common on YouTube, it's harder to find. So I just need something quick and easy to remember and unique.
But you know, FE kind of makes it. You know.
Hey, if I capture some of that flat Earth audience, that'd be a win. Hopefully, they'll see some globe evidence in my videos.
Well, you still can't explain the drift. That 1 degree drift per day. Get it?
Oh, hang on. No, actually, I don't. Do you mean like the rotation around the star? Is that what we're talking about?
yeah, the orbit around the sun.
Yeah, good. you know,
I had to say it. You know.
oh, it's all good. You know, a lot of people, they're into the New Year's, right? As a pilot, I end up working a lot of the holidays, and to me, it's no biggie. For me, there's really four important days in our orbit: the two solstices and the two equinoxes. Those are the days that actually mean something in the orbit.
You think there'll ever be a day that there won't be any clerks around?
Oh, absolutely. I think the question is just how far away that day is, but they've got a lot of exciting things planned, right? They're going back to the moon, lunar gateway, um, space tourism. So I think it's going to be harder and harder to find, find the areas to hide in for flirts to hide in. What do you think?
The day that high enough altitude flight is common and they have flat windows, the florists won't be able to deny it. Unless they try to say that the windows are all flat screens.
Well, that's the strength of the flurf. We can always find a corner to hide in. We can always find excuses, right? I'm actually my
But
next
with
video I'm working on.
Windows, but with Windows, it's hard to say they're a display screen because when you look at a window, you move yourself side to side, you can see far beyond. You know what I mean? You can change the viewing angle, which you can't do that with the display screen.
Hey, that's a great point. And you can have two people looking through the same window, and they'll see a different image.
Yeah. Yeah, they both show it to be not flat.
I'm sure they'll chalk it up to some new space age tech, new technology. Wait, doesn't Flurf even use the term space age tech?
Shouldn't that be illegal?
It should be. It should be. I wonder what they call the latest and greatest in technology. So I've been using some wide angle. I've been using the wide angle lens of my phone to take some pictures of the side to side curvature, and so I'm going to make a video on that because I think that's the holy grail is the side to side curvature. Although the horizon dip is so much more, for me, it's so much more interesting.
But you gotta remember the flirts are gonna say, "Oh, you used your phone, and the phone's got a fisheye lens."
That's true, but I'm prepared for that. I stuck a level piece of paper underneath it, so I can see that it's only the horizon which is bending.
I wonder if a person could build the front edge, the front side of Mage that mounts their cell phone in, with a couple wires going across, taut wires going across the front of the phone. You're not worried about making it only a few grams because you're just gonna hold it like you would hold a camera. But mount your
Hey,
phone,
that's it.
mount your phone in it so the phone is fixed solid in an exact position, aligned with a couple wires that are like clearly visible, like guitar strings or whatever. You know what I mean? Pull
That
one
is a
right dead center across the screen, right middle of her if you want.
that's a really good point. That is a really good point.
And pull it nice and tight so it's got because remember, the weight's not an issue. You're not building Mage. You're just gonna make that frame up front.
You know what? I think
Taut
that would be very fascinating.
Yeah, with a taut wire, cable, string, whatever. This wire's gotta be straight. You know what I mean? Only a foot long, 2 feet long, whatever. But put out in front of the phone about a foot and a half. Make the wire a couple feet long. It's gonna be ungainly, but it would definitely be scientific, kind of, wouldn't it?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. It would eliminate.
The lens.
It would show any distortion.
Yeah.
I just posted the picture in the live chat, Dr. Bob's stream here. I don't know if you want to have a look. Tell me what you think.
Do you think my idea is an idea? Obviously, it's an idea whether it's a good one or a bad one.
Oh, absolutely. I think it's a good idea. I think when we're looking for curvature, we got to eliminate the fisheye distortion, and that would do it, right?
Ryan.
I went with lower tech fisheye distortion eliminator, which is just a flat piece of paper in front of a camera held across the image.
Here's a question for you.
Fire.
Huh?
Go ahead.
Should I give you the role globe earther?
I think that would be safe. I think that would be safe, unless you have your doubts.
Who's your hero?
Maybe I'm deep undercover as an actual. Well, actually, you know what? There's no flat Earth pilots, with the exception of one. There was a lady from the Netherlands who was a 737 first officer, and she did become a flat earther, but shortly thereafter, unfortunately, she lost her medical qualifications on, mental health grounds. And at that point, she stopped being a pilot. And that's really a tragedy to have this flat earth wreck somebody's career.
You think that's what did it?
It's a good question. I'm sure the flat earth part didn't help. I obviously this is private, and I don't know the whole story, but I just know the little snippets you get here and there from internet. Yeah. But I'm sure the flat earth part didn't help.
You should double check, make that assumption. That's why I always have to. Simple example. I said, "Are you a flat earther?" Because it's your name. You know what I mean? Just because you got a certain name doesn't mean you're what you are. You, I know, are a square earther. I understand that.
Oh, absolutely. Guilty as charged.
You understand the words. The Earth is basically a Borg cube.
Well, guilty as charged. I'm more of a Minecraft earther, actually. It's all blocks, but that's not an accepted theory yet. So I have to hide under flat Earth.
But if it's round, it must be a Borg sphere.
Sorry, what kind of sphere?
A Borg sphere.
What does that mean? I'm not familiar with that.
Look up Borg sphere Star Trek.
I'll have a look.
Get a chance. They do exist in the Star Trek mythos, Borg spheres, and so don't Borg cubes. Because that's the shape of a Borg ship, is a cube, commonly. But they got a few spheres.
Man, this Borg sphere looks like it's 11,000 crew, warp drive. This thing's gonna be expensive. But they're only drones, I see, eh?
You're on MC Tunes, are you?
I'm on MC Tunes, Arctic Reflection, Flight to Flat Earth, and Nathan Oakley's or whoever runs that group. I got booted off of 24/7 Flat Earth, and whatever.
Which? What about Team Skeptic? Or you don't like that one?
You know what? I used to watch Team Skeptic quite a bit, but I think he's branched out a little bit now. He's doing like Karens.
Yeah.
And I think Karens are interesting in their own right, I guess, but I just kind of more like the focus on the flat Earth debunking.
Which I'm on a bunch of religion servers and politics servers as well, but I find the flat Earth is the bottom of the barrel.
That's true. This is true. We're scraping the bottom of the barrel for sure.
Yeah,
And
you could.
it,
I mean, you could set up the what do you call it? Cognitively non-functional with basic skills. And they can prove the globe.
this is true. This is true. And I have to say, hey, what's going on? Are you getting the Omicron over there?
Hope not. That'd be better than Delta, I guess, from what I've been hearing, but I don't want to take the chances with either one. So
You know, I totally agree with you. This Omicron, touch wood, this may be our way out of a pandemic. So
let's hope.
fingers crossed.
But you know what this conspiratards are going to do? Oh, it was never bad to begin with. They just want to use it to wreck our economy. Never bad at all. It's always just like this. You know, the Omicron.
You know, I have a thing I find interesting
It
is
sounds like a Star Wars. It sounds like a Transformers villain. Omicron.
oh, it does. It does indeed, eh? It could definitely
I
Transformers.
think somebody that named this one was a huge Star Trek or Transformers fan. Had to have been. It would have been more fun if they would have named it the Borg strain. You must all be simulated. What? I hope you're a flatter. You're more fun that way.
oh yeah, I guess. I mean, you know, the reason I got into flat Earth debunking is if when you fly an airplane and if you kind of look around even just a little bit, you the curvature kind of comes out and really hits you in the face. So for us, the rotation we can detect before we go flying. Then we see curvature the whole flight. Of course, we use Globe Earth navigation. It's just so obvious. It's so in your face, right? So that's why I made a thing, because for me, it's the shape of Earth is not in question whatsoever. But yeah, I agree. It's always more fun when you can debate the other team, right?
Yeah. I'm just over here reading the mod chats on T-Jump. You know, one good thing about having more than one server, you don't get bored. Oh, you agree? FE.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree. Sorry.
Yeah, I was saying that when there's more than one server, you don't get bored.
Absolutely. Which chats? Where do you normally go?
It depends on the mood I'm in. Yeah. Name like you got, you should invite you over to, argue the flat Earth and server, do whatever. A name like that, you probably know all the talking points too, right?
Oh, absolutely. In fact, I'm thinking of making a flat Earth bingo. 8 inches per mile squared. Show me the curvature. We can't, I just can't think of them all off.
We must all have a copy of that bingo. They did a 420 bingo. So how
You
come
know,
I don't see you around here?
sorry, say that again.
How come I don't see you around very often?
Oh, because usually I was in Nathan Oakley's chat, but they're not doing too much today. They're all talking religion in their, in their after hours relaxing chat, and I don't really want any part of that. So I thought I'd come over and chat to Dr. Bob. I saw him yesterday on the Skeptics. What do we call that? The Shills show, and it was really good. He was debating a anti-vaxxer.
Which is dumber? Soft sieves or flat earthers? Which is the dumber conspiracy? I mean, not the humans. The conspiracy, which is dumber? I gotta reword that.
Could you ask me what was that first one you were mentioning?
Which conspiracy is stupider? Soft sieves or flat earth?
You know, I'm not familiar with that first conspiracy.
Look up soft sieve on YouTube.
How do I spell that?
Sovereign citizens. Soft sieves. Trust me, you're gotta be prepared for high IQ research.
But at least with sovereign citizens, maybe there's some legal loophole somewhere in some law that would justify it. Anybody can go out at any time and see the horizon, which is a great effect of Earth curvature, right?
So you would definitely deem flat Earth as stupid.
Oh, absolutely, 100%, no doubt. I mean, because the horizon, the flat Earth. Sorry, I misspoke there. My inner flat earther just came out. The globe Earth evidence just comes out and smacks us in the face if we keep our eyes open.
Hopefully you earn that. Look what you got. Roll.
Do you do much debunking of sovereign citizens?
It's happened. Did you notice that the name of your role?
Thank you so much, Globe Earth.
Glob, yeah.
That's good. That's good.
It's supposed to be a glob, isn't it?
Absolutely, it's the globe.
A big glob of rocks.
Yep.
It's space next to a tiny sun painted on it all. Not.
You know,
What? I have to say the phrase what. I know you want me to say it. Here you go. So it leaves me hanging. Look at that. Paul's silent. Leaves me hanging.
go ahead and say it. Let me hear it.
Hear what?
I don't know. What were you going to say?
I didn't know I was going to say something.
All right. And I've always wondered how the stars work on the flat Earth. Are they painted in the dome? And does the dome rotate, or what makes the stars rotate under the flat Earth model?
Question. All this.
I was watching. Did you watch Flat Earth Math have a guest Nathan Oakley on his show just yesterday?
Nope. Flat Earth math.
Flat Earth Math. He had Nathan Oakley on his show, and
I
it
know
was a.
Nathan Oakley to be a flat earther, so
No, he's not.
already off to a bad start.
Well, Nathan Oakley's flat for pay, right?
Flat for pay.
Unfortunately, if he was really, he's kind of in one. He's only got one talking point the whole show, which is an hour show, and his whole talking point is, "Where did you get R?" And I guess the flat earthers like that, but for me, it's a little bit repetitive. He needs new material.
I just happen to think I've got a decent sized Halloween decoration here, which is a very high quality skull. It's fake, but you know what I mean? It's decently big, full size. I'm just wondering how I could build a bong out of
I'm
that.
sure it's possible. That would be pretty cool. You could make a how-to video on YouTube. That would go viral for sure.
Skull hook.
Skull bong. How to.
Step 1. Take one Flurf skull. Remove dense substance from middle.
Probably not too much substance to remove there.
I said dense substance.
Oh, yes. Yeah. We legalized the pot here in Canada, but of course.
Where do you think I'm from?
I see. All right. Which province?
New Brunswick. Not gonna go too precise on a live stream. You understand? We are still on the stream, so just gotta make sure we keep it clean.
We don't want these fluffers showing up at the house.
I've got precautions for that. I've got globes sitting here and there all over the place.
Just put a globe on the front porch. They're not going to make their way past that.
Yeah, it'll confuse them every time. Yeah. I'll set a sexton in by the door.
I hear ya. You know the funny thing about the sexton
the auto line too, maybe a transit. Couple water levels. Yeah.
No, this is all stuff I've used in the flight deck before. To see the horizon dip, theodolite, water level, all good stuff to look for that 3-degree horizon dip.
Exactly. 2 boards and a flashlight.
Absolutely. I mean, that was just an epic show. They did a good job on Behind the Curve.
Yeah. What did you think, though? 2 boards and a flashlight.
I thought that was great. They really did a good job with that show.
Lift it way above your head. Interesting.
That's the funny thing. All the people in there who proved the globe, they're still flat earthers. They are totally immune to any globe evidence.
No! I know! It's hilarious. That's why I don't think that they actually truly believe it. I really don't.
It's a good question. Deep down, right? What do they really believe deep down?
My opinion? The Earth is round. I don't think they actually believe it.
I think there's got to be a whole spectrum from people who are flat for pay to people who are totally 100% in and convinced that it is flat. I think it's got to be a spectrum in the flat Earth community.
Well, when it comes to convinced section, I don't think that there's as many of them as people think. You know what I mean?
I think you make a good point. I think deep down.
Yeah, look how old the 24/7 is. Look at the member count, and you know yourself, well as I do. There's got to be at least half of those are actually globe earthers just in there for the show.
No, that's true. But they have more globe earthers than flat earthers, I guess, eh?
You're actually higher. You're in the 51%ers and up. I'm being generous and saying from 49 down, just to be generous, is flat earther. Do you get the joke?
Yeah. Well, no, actually, sorry, I was a little bit asleep here.
I'll give you the 51 up. I'm still in the 49% down that they're flat earthers. In other words, I'm always going to take the smaller pie to being the flat earthers.
I got you. Yeah.
I crashed. No, you're not flat earth.
I think the closer you get to the ocean, the less flat earthers there should be, or big lakes. If you live close to an ocean or a big lake, there really shouldn't be any flat earthers. In the middle of a country, maybe it's harder to see that horizon.
No, they got bumpy earthers.
Sorry, go ahead.
They got bumpy earthers in the middle of the continent.
That's it. Flat earthers on the outside, bumpy earthers in the middle.
It's got a ring of flat earthers between the shore and the middle. Deep in the middle, you got the bumpy earthers. At the ocean, you got the globe earthers.
Hey, how's the Omicron situation in your province there? In Ontario, we're making some announcements today about it.
We got quite a few cases, but as far as I'm concerned, when I compare ours to other countries, I think it's pretty big. I might have it right now and just haven't made it positive. I don't know. I can't say. But so far, I don't think I've gotten it, which is awesome.
Right. But of course, keep in mind the symptoms can be very mild to,
I know, but
hardly any symptoms.
I'm just knocking on plastic that, I haven't been visited.
Yeah, but you know what? With the Omicron, it is very transmissible, and it's not something that we should be too fearful of. I mean, I'm not going out in public, going out in large crowds and things like that, but it's not something I'm overly fearful of.
Yeah, I'm not like, oh, you had Omicron? Oh, you got Omicron? Oh, come hug me. No. Here, I'm going to kiss you right on the lips. No, I'm not going to do that. That'd be silly. That's just playing with fire because there is still people that can die from it. So, you don't play with fire. You don't rattle the 1-round pistol.
That's right, but it's not. I think it's something that's going to be harder and harder to avoid as it's the spread goes up in the community, and I think we need to get past the stigma of COVID.
Yeah, well, I think what it is that I hope that Bob is right. That once, I think it was Bob that said it. One of the YouTubers said this. Yes, YouTube Academy. But I also did read a bunch of the research shit, and it seems to be evolving in a way that makes it less deadly, but much more transmissive. And that does seem to be a thing with viruses, doesn't it? When they become transmissive, they seem to become a little less deadly. You notice that?
Absolutely. I think it's absolutely fascinating how this thing has evolved over the last 2 years.
Yeah.
I still remember.
We got a lot of people that are vaccinated. You know what I mean? So you got that as well. You know what I
I,
mean?
st- I still remember 2 weeks to flatten the curve. But hey, you know what? We work with information we have at the time, right?
How do you flatten the curve on a round Earth?
That's a great question. That's a great question. I think the flat earthers were loving that. Flatten the curve. They said it's all about us.
Yes, I had to make that joke. I know.
No, it's a very valid joke. I do remember him mentioning. Actually, maybe that was in some Facebook groups. I do remember him saying we're trying to flatten the curve. They're all going flat.
Yeah, if all else fails, go flat Earth. No. So how many Flurf servers are you on?
Did you say how many groups am I in?
Flurf servers. Yeah.
On Discord or like Facebook?
Yeah, Discord. Obviously, whichever Flurf servers you're on, I don't share them with you. Which ones are you on? Or you got more than one thing?
No, I just one. Yeah, just this one. I actually want to get on Gem Panda server. And
Oh yeah. I'm not on that one. I don't think. Jim Pandas. What's the name of the server?
Gem Pandas, something I don't know. Debate, Flat Earth, I don't even know. But
Oh,
yeah,
Debate, Flat Earth and more.
that's probably it. If you, whenever you go to a Flat Earth server, could you please invite me? I'm always down for more. I'm always down for more Flat Earth debunking.
Well, you might need to add friend if you really want that to happen.
Stand by.
You might need to add a friend. Just tell me when you've done it. Tell me when you
Done
say.
and done.
There, let's try this again. Yeah, almost 200 servers here. Where is that? There.
Oh my gosh, you're almost maxed out for a regular Discord account. I think it's around 200, eh?
No, 100.
So you're on premium Discord.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a noob to Discord. I just have a handful of servers I like to pop in and
Yeah, you
see
want
what's
Daily
going on.
Boom? You want Daily Boom as well?
Sure. Please, thank you.
I know it's not a flat Earth server, but you know they.
No, I know Jose JG Gonzalez.
Yeah, there. I just sent you an invite to Daily Boom. You see it? Should have went. Anyway, you can go check the DMs to see if it went through.
Okay, good morning, guys. I'm in the car and on the way. Finally.
Hello, how you doing?
Damn
Good
battery.
morning again, Doctor.
Couldn't get the car to start this morning. The battery was completely dead.
Oh, I guess the electrons were scared of the cold and they went inside.
It probably did. Cat didn't, but the electrons did.
Well, electrons are, they're just small.
Yeah.
Did you boost it off another car, or did you have one of those packs?
Well, I had one of the packs. I had a battery charger, and finally ended up having to boost it off another car.
Oh my gosh, you threw the kitchen sink at it. I'm glad you got it running.
Yeah. Took a while. I better go get it checked to see whether or not there's just something wrong with it.
Could be just a battery that's getting a little bit old.
Yeah, it could be. It probably doesn't like the cold. I've had an issue like that before with batteries. How's my audio?
Oh, not bad. A little low. Could be a little higher.
It's
Possible.
a little low?
Yeah, it'd go up about 4 marks at least.
All right. Well, let's go see what we got here. Output volume
Yeah,
is all the way up.
5%.
Yep, output volume's all the way up.
Okay, it's
So-
just gonna have to stay low then. I'll just compensate on my end.
Yep.
Hey, Dr. Bob, talk a little. I just want to make sure you're not clipping.
Oh, I shouldn't be clipping. I don't have anything on it that would clip it.
It is clipping. Yeah.
I would say back the volume down maybe just a hair.
Yeah.
Back.
Yeah, it's better to be quiet than clipping. So yeah,
Is that a little better there?
I would say that's good.
That's good here?
Yep.
All righty. Well, we'll sit on down and hang out and see what we have. So I've got a long drive ahead of me. I'm an hour late. Pisses me off.
I'm just gonna go play it back on YouTube, see how the audio sounds there.
All right, sounds good.
It's
about-
passable.
I think it's palatable.
Yeah, it is crackling, but you know, it is.
Well, I'm at the worst spot in town right now for it too.
Yeah.
This one particular light, this corner right here, the cell phone service really sucks. Just here though.
Yeah, it's showing it.
Let me get through this red light and I'll be out on the open road and that'll make it a lot easier.
Yeah.
Let's just double check one last thing. I'm gonna put my booster on as well and see whether or not that helps it some.
Yeah.
The other thing that I can do is I can also go off auto sensitivity and go on regular sensitivity and just adjust it. There shouldn't be any problem.
We could try it.
Well, give it a couple minutes. If I'm still bad in 5 minutes, I'll go ahead and make that adjustment.
Yeah.
Let's put this on.
Yeah.
Defroster.
Yeah, while you're frigging with this stuff, I could mute us on the stream if you want.
No, I'm fine.
Okay. Yeah, just clip it out if you're gonna make. But anyways, I suppose.
I'm thinking probably that. How's that now?
A little low on the volume, but I just crank you up.
How about now? Am I clipping again?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
And better here?
I would say it was better before.
Better before.
There you go, Bobby. Well, it wasn't me that brought you in here, so you must. Oh yeah. There's why. Very nice. Do that. Yeah. Check.
So, Dr. Bob, could you tell us about this astrolabe? You know, I understand it's to measure the elevation, but what makes it, you know, different than the sextant? Is it all the stuff in the middle? There's some information. There's like a mechanical computer. Is that correct, or am I wrong about that? Or are you saving it all?
You've muted yourself, Bebby.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, baby.
Is Bob there? You asked about the astrolabe.
I can't even hear Bebby hardly now.
Ah. Let me get the other.
And it's got to be Discord acting up. I just dropped you on 200% until I could hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Way, way low, but 200% is solving it for me.
Okay. I can get the other laptop. which is better.
which means that you'll be very quiet on the stream because I can't adjust that one.
Hmm.
I hear you. I hear you. It's totally workable.
Yeah, but the stream, remember, it's going through the stream.
Ah, I see. I see.
Try to get it all set up good here before so we can have a conversation. Because I'm myself am showing it drastic slider differences between them. That means there's going to be drastically different levels on the stream too. So I can use my own levels to determine whether that's right on the stream. You know what I mean? Get you somewhat on the right level from my sliders being at where I keep them. It's good on the stream. Do you follow me? Hello? I guess everybody's dead. The aliens came.
Go ahead, caller. You're on there.
And for only $29.95, we get your anti-furful goggles here. Get them today. They see a very long distance.
Get past that pesky horizon.
Yeah.
So FE pilot, are you a pilot?
I am indeed a pilot, and I'm not a flat earther. In fact, I am a flat earth debunker.
Right. So why aren't you called Globe Earth pilot?
It's strictly for marketing purposes and trying to reach some of the flat earth audience. And I think it's easy to remember. I actually was called Globe Earth pilot before. It was called Airline Pilot Research something global, but that's a mouthful. So I think FE pilot is nice and short.
Okay. Do you fly large ones or small ones or medium?
I fly the medium ones, so about in the ballpark of 140 passengers, which is the right amount.
That's quite large.
Yeah, I think it's the right amount.
What's the biggest ones hold now? It's over 600.
That's a great question. That'll be the
I'll ask the
A380.
pilot how much the biggest ones hold, and he doesn't know the answer. That got you on that one.
You sure did. Flat Earth pilot debunked. It's got to be the A380 double decker, but it all depends on the seating configuration.
Is that the Dreamliner, or am I confusing it with something else?
Yeah.
No, the Dreamliner is a Boeing 787. I'm thinking Airbus 380 double decker. Emirates has a whole bunch of those.
You got to remember, you're going to save a lot of weight if all the passengers are flat earthers, because you're saving about 5 pounds a piece there for the brain missing. If you multiply that out, you can get a few more on, so you can get them up nice and high to see the curve.
Oh, absolutely. And since there's no gravity, we don't really have to worry too much about the weight either.
Yeah, they're just going to float up anyways.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No, see,
the only catch is that it's such a density field around that, wherever the reasoning is coming out of, that it might have a problem getting off the ground just due to gravity.
that's a great point. And I've always worried for the skydivers. You jump out and the density is equal all around. I don't know which direction they're going to fall. Are they going to fly sideways? They're going to fly up? It's a bit of an unknown situation.
It could be kind of scary, eh?
It'd be pretty funny if you jumped out of an airplane and fell straight up.
You guys have me now?
Yeah, there you are. A little bit.
All right. Because I wasn't coming through.
Yeah, you're still really quiet and sound like you're all burned out or something, but we'll have to deal with it. That's Discord. Every once in a while, you get a member that just has a crappy connection.
Well, that could be. Is it any better now?
Just put up. Say something again.
Is it any better now with the automatic gain
A little
control
better,
on?
right there. Leave her right there.
All right.
We can
I
work
put automatic gain control on it. That seems to have changed it a bit.
Yeah, it's correctly, but it's a lot more clear. I can understand what you're saying.
All right. Well, in any event, no big deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a little fun with Mitchell from Australia yesterday. I was trying to figure out how on earth that turd got 44,000 views on one video, and then I went and looked at it, and I saw that he played some shenanigans. You know, I found that anytime a flat earther comes up with an observation or an experiment that demonstrates a principle of flat earth, chances are A, they either did it wrong, or B, they faked it.
It's usually B.
Well, no, most of the time they just don't know what they're doing. That went through?
Yeah.
Okay.
At least they're through to us, which the other
All
one
right, well.
because it's stationary, no one's been touching it. We've had no
All right.
roll. It's just
All right.
flat earth for piloting.
Yeah, well, good deal. I just want to make sure everything was right. Brian's Logic actually tried to respond to my video the other day. Of course, missed the entire point. He put a 40-minute video out that had 35 minutes of fluff and 5 minutes that I may actually look at for the last bit of the video.
Sorry, I missed that. Who was that, Bob?
Brian's Logic.
Oh, I was watching that today. Is that the one where it's the one called Bob's Haversine, yes?
It's the one that was, well, I responded to that because, of course, he got Bob's Haversine wrong. It's not my Haversine. It's just a
Right, so this is
spherical geometry. But then he
This is a
responded
new-
to my response. Yeah, it came out, I guess, last night or this morning.
I haven't seen that one. I commented on the previous one, but he seems even more than usually confused, I thought.
Yeah. You know, I love it when he says the great circles don't work, yet all of his citations that he used talk about great circles and them being the shortest distance
That's
across
right.
the surface. You know,
But
it's
he
like-
also seemed to think that the Haversine formula, not the function, the formula calculates the length of a chord, which it doesn't, correct?
no, what he said was in this latest video is even better. He said a rum line is a chord.
A rum line is not
a
a chord,
chord.
is it?
No, it's
A rum, a, ru-
not.
a rum line is a path across the Earth's surface, correct?
Correct.
And
If
I
you
think
look at a
that's like-
Mercator map,
Moonshine from point A to point B.
yeah, if you look at a Mercator map and you draw a straight line between London and New York, for example, you'll notice that that line will cross all of the lines of latitude at the exact same bearing. It'll cross the lines of longitude at the same bearing as well. That's the purpose of a rum line. It's a little bit longer than a great circle, but it's certainly less difficult to navigate. You just take a heading and go for it.
Yeah.
It's a little longer. It actually forms a spiral around the globe in the direction that you're going. So if you're going from a southern location to something that's say northeast of you, that will continue to spiral right around the globe until it practically gets up to the North Pole.
Right.
Oh
The
yeah.
thing that-
But I mean, you don't. Wasn't even bonus sad. I offered to help him out and let him, just have a one-on-one Discord chat with him, a private one, not for publication, and I just kind of work him through all of this so that he understood it better. We'll see whether or not he takes me up on it.
But he turned down. The thing is, if you address Brian on the channel, on the YouTube channel, you'll bring up some point, some logical point, right? You'll identify something he's said and ask about it. He'll then say, oh, well, listen to my fucking video instead. If you press him on, he'll just say, well, I totally destroyed you. So, I mean, that's the only line of argument he seems to have. He never discusses anything.
Well, it's his pigeons playing chess defense.
Sorry,
pigeons playing chess.
What is pigeons playing chess?
Well,
you
you have to imagine playing a chess game with pigeons. You know, they have no idea what the game's about. They don't know how the pieces move. All they do is knock over all the pieces and crap on the board. Then they
And
go
they
back and
and they
tell all
grab.
the other pigeons that they won.
It's very hard, isn't it? Bit of a challenge.
Well, no, what they'll do is they'll just crap on the board and then run back and tell the rest of the flock they won. That's all they do. They have no idea what they're talking about. I don't think any of these guys have ever even seen a sextant, much less own one.
Dr. Bob, you nailed that, the whole flat earth sextant argument. Pigeons playing chess.
Exactly.
I just want to give some feedback here from the YouTube chat. They're saying that your top end, it's clipping a little bit, Bob. Like it's saying the audio is a little bit scratchy when it's really loud.
It is really loud.
It's just clipping a little bit.
It keeps clipping.
All right. How about now? Is that any better?
That's
A little
better.
better. There you go.
All right. I'll leave it there.
Yeah, that's good. Whatever you did, that's a ticket right there.
Yeah.
I turned the volume down just a hair because everybody was saying I was too quiet, so I kept turning the volume up a little bit, and then it started clipping.
It's just right, It's just right, Goldilocks.
All right, so I'm in the Goldilocks zone of Discord. Excellent. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and probably respond to the last 5 minutes of his video because the first 35 was just fluff. You know, how many times do I have to tell him what a great circle course is? I don't need to respond to 35 minutes of derp. But the last 5 minutes, he had a look at my triangle between Sydney and Perth. Of course, totally misrepresented it and has no idea what the triangle even represented. I'll have to kind of explain that to him in monosyllabic words.
Monosyllabic words.
He also said that in the first video he said that not all, but most great circle lines, most great circles are north to south. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I mentioned it as a matter of fact. That might have come up in my video.
Yeah, I mean, I used to fly London, New York a lot, and obviously people in sort of Paris and Frankfurt fly the same route, and that's not north-south at all, is it? Right?
No,
Perhaps
not really.
Effie Pilot can confirm.
Yeah, that would be northeast to southwest.
I can confirm that is indeed not north to south.
Just simply because London is approximately 10 degrees north of New York, latitude-wise.
It is, but it's warmer.
Yes, because of the Gulf Stream. That's why you have that lovely fog. That's why you have that lovely fog over there.
We don't. That's a myth, Bob. That we don't. We used to have fog, but we don't anymore.
Really? Why not?
Because we used to have lots of coal fires, and in the 1950s, it got so bad. The coal, the smoke from the coal would sort of cause the fog to hang, and sort of we'd have what's called pea supers.
Yep.
Then they had the Clean Air Act, and it's fine now. We don't get fog at all, actually.
Well, that's interesting. I didn't know that. Now I know that when I was in Fairbanks has rather unique geography. It's kind of in a bowl. It's got hills all around it, at least on 3 sides. And between the jet exhausts and the heaters and the furnace exhausts and the cars and everything, you get what's called ice fog. So it's 30 degrees below zero. You get this pea soup fog around all this pollution. And it's so bad, you literally have trouble seeing the hood ornament on your car. And it's very difficult to even see brake lights of a car directly in front of you. So you crawl along at about 5 miles an hour, hoping that you can stop in about 6 inches, because you kind of need to do that because that's the earliest you can see the brake lights of the car in front of you.
Nah. Yeah. But
really bad driving conditions.
Yeah, the reason that they stopped having fog is because of the fact there was no particulates in the air for the fog to form on.
That's exactly what he just said.
Yeah. It was awesome. Congratulations.
It's a beautiful day today. I kind of wish the damn telescope mount was working. I might actually be able to use it tonight.
Well, it's been crap weather here for the last. You know, I got a sextant for Christmas. My son gave me a sextant, which really amused him. But I've not been able to use it. Just cloud cover all the time.
Yep. Do you know the technique to use an artificial horizon?
No, I don't.
All right. What you do is you get a cardboard box, and in the box you put a shallow pan, preferably a black one, and you know, like the base of a flower pot or something, and put an inch of water in it. You want it in the box so that it keeps the wind off of it, so the surface doesn't ripple. Then what you do is you put the box down and the pan in it, and you step back until you see the reflection of the sun in the water, and then you shoot your sextant reading so that you take your direct, you know, the index mirror shows the sun in the sky, and then your telescope, your horizon mirror, sees the reflection in the water. And what you do is you adjust it so that both suns overlap each other.
I've got it. So you're just taking the angles between two things, but instead of the visible sun and the horizon, you're getting the angle between the visible sun and the reflected sun.
Correct. You're essentially setting up two parallel rays. One is bouncing back at you.
And then you divide by 2, correct?
Divide it by 2, and the only correction that you need to do is you need to correct for the index error, and then you need to correct for refraction. Now, a good way to get rid of the index error, depending on the sextant you have, if the mirror is adjustable, is set it on 0. And then what you do is you look up at a bright star or Jupiter or something or other, you know, at night. And then what you do is you adjust your mirror so that the Jupiter that you see through the telescope coincides with the Jupiter that you see through the index mirror. And then your index error is 0 because they're both overlapping. You see what I mean? You kind of tune them.
I see what you mean, and I've done some adjustment of the. You know, I've tried it out and I've calibrated it. I just calibrated on a distant building, so the two lined up.
Yep.
0.
But if you use something like a star or Jupiter, it's so far away that light is much more parallel than even a building that's a mile away.
Right. Yeah.
And when you're dealing with minutes and seconds of angle, you know, you're dealing.
Bob, minutes is an ambition. I'm sort of aiming for degrees first, right? So first things first.
Oh, you'll have no issue getting within about 20. You know, if you use it properly, the first time you try, you should be within 20 or 30 miles of your location.
That would be great. But I know I think you've got a Mark 25. I've got a Davis Mark 15, but I was a bit shocked at getting it. Sorry?
That's what Wolfie has.
He has a Mark 15.
Yes.
And I've read the stuff that says,
well, this is Walk.
Yeah, the only problem that he ran into is, you know, you see Emma using it. I mean, well, holding it at least. She's 3 years old, 4 years old. But he said that if he were to do it again, he'd get a 25. Just they're used slightly. There's a slight difference in how they're used. For doing indirect readings, the Mark 25 is better because the entire mirror is semi-frosted or semi-silvered.
Right.
Whereas on the 15, you have a right and a left side to your mirror, and it's a little bit more challenging to use. But you know, when you're doing a indirect or artificial horizon reading, but you'll get it. It's not that difficult to do. I figured it out.
I was reading stuff online though, but you know, these sort of enthusiast sites, and they were saying that the plastic sextants are just like toy pop guns as compared to a proper rifle.
No, they're not.
Being very rude. They're being very rude about the Mark 15.
Well, that's probably because they have a very small sextant, if you know what I mean. You know.
Yeah.
Did you mean what I think you mean?
Yes, I did. I meant exactly that. Their penis is small.
Of course it is.
Now,
Doesn't exist.
now, like they say with the slide rule, it's not the length of the slide; it's the slip of the stick.
Yeah.
It's all about the right tool for the right job, and I'm
Yeah,
sure.
thank you for that. Thank you for that, guys.
How,
This is going out live, right, on YouTube.
Yes, you betcha.
Yeah.
But in any event, the plastic sextants, no, they're not quite as good as the metal ones. But my sextant ran me $225. A metal one runs $5,000. I'll deal with the readjustments periodically. I can deal with that.
All right. Mine was $80 secondhand.
Yep, and that's a very good price for it.
that is a
Now
good
they have a
deal.
Mark I actually. Oh dear. Oh, there it is. All right, they have a Mark I actually, and I'm thinking about actually getting a hold of Davis and seeing whether or not they'll donate a few of those Mark I's to the cause, because I'd like to be able to give them away on the channel. The Mark I sextant runs, it's just basically a couple of pieces of plastic. It's a glorified protractor with a straw in it, but it works and it demonstrates the principle of a sextant, and it's fully functional. It's just not. It's not as beautiful and well built as the 15 and the 25, but it's functional and it'll teach you the principles of it.
I
You'll
built one
definitely-
last year, which was basically I got a printout of a protractor, right? So you get the angles, and a bit of string or a bit of cotton with a weight at the bottom, and then actually gets you to within a degree of some
Yeah.
position.
Yeah, and the Mark I will even do a little bit better than that. But it's a great way to learn how to use it and decide if you want to go on out and spend, $80 or $200 on a sextant. And I was thinking about seeing if they'd donate 5 or 6 of them to the channel so that I could give them away and generate some interest in them.
Well, apparently there's been, because of the interest in flat Earth or globe Earth, there's been a run in the market. It's my son could not get a new one, hence he had to go to eBay and get the second-hand one. So
Really?
people are buying them up.
Incredible. First thing about the
Alright.
section is you have to understand the principle, and that's that the sunlight is a constant, and we're literally measuring the tilt of the ground.
Hey, first Nikon had that explosion of sales with the P900 and P1000, and now sextant sales are going through the roof. What
Now
next?
sextant
The
sales. Yeah,
Autolites?
well, good for that.
What next? The Autolites?
I tried out the
I have a
P1000.
theodolite. It's my late father-in-law's theodolite, which is fine for what you'd use it for.
Yeah, or the other kit, which is 2 tape measures, 2 pieces of board, and a flashlight.
How does that work?
Well, you do board at sea level, a couple miles apart, shine a flashlight through.
It's on Behind the Curve on Netflix.
Yeah.
A great flat Earth documentary.
Oh, that was fantastic. That was great, wasn't it? That was the 15 degrees per hour. Yeah.
There you go.
That's the one. And there's still flat Earth enthusiasts after all that.
Yeah, I was looking at another video today, and they were saying, well, they seem to have got that with a sextant. Well, you do 2 things in taking a position. You get the angle to the sun, obviously, and you get the time. You get Greenwich Mean Time. And then they were saying, well, okay, you've got those 2 things, and then you get 2 separate readings from different positions. Then they're saying, well, how on earth can you get the distance between those positions? It's crazy, they said, but they don't appear to have looked up. They're sort of, you can find it anywhere on the internet. There's something about celestial navigation. Wikipedia has a bunch of stuff on it. It seems like they're incapable of actually doing elementary research on the subject.
think it's very much selective learning. Because the first principle of celestial navigation is parallel light and the sphere Earth. And it's the light between the GP and you is the same. It's the same sunlight coming in the same direction. And you're literally measuring the Earth curvature between yourself and the sun's orbit, whatever your object's GP, right?
That is correct, but I have an issue with some of the non-flat Earth videos. There was a famous one which showed a triangle with the GP of the star and the observer and a baseline, and it had a kind of visible angle. It was like the star was sort of above the Earth, and you could actually have a real angle there. But that completely misunderstands the whole parallel light thing, I think.
I think people may use different diagrams to illustrate it, or maybe for the math of calculating the distance. But yeah, I totally agree with you. That the light should always be depicted as parallel, because
it should always be depicted, and then that's a different concept. And I think it's very misleading to present diagrams like that, which will sort of set people. It would set anyone off in a direction that they shouldn't be going, I think.
I'm not sure where you are on the theory of that, but if you watch a guy on YouTube called Tippecanoe Boats Celestial Nav, he's got one which he's got like about an hour and a half on the sextant, and it is very, very basic. It's a great video. Keeps it super simple.
I am up on the theory. In fact, I've got I was looking at where you take two stars, and there's quite a really complex procedure for finding your position from that. But actually, there's a great paper written in the 1980s which shows how to get a fix just by an algorithm, and I coded up the algorithm. So you can just take you take the angle, you take the altitude of one star at one time, record the angle and the time, and then at any time after that, the time doesn't matter. You record the angle of the altitude of the second star and the second time, and from that algorithm alone, you can get your position. Great.
Very cool. Very cool. I guess the math can be as complex as you want it to be. That sounds very advanced.
It's not that advanced. It's actually not. It's like 12 lines of code. The only hitch is that because you're getting the intersection of two circles of equal altitude, there are two possible positions you could be, right?
Yeah, but if one's got polar bears and the other has palm trees, you probably have a pretty good idea of where you are.
Yeah, you've got it. That's absolutely right.
You should kind of know roughly where you are, you know?
But it's a nice. I'll link to the paper on the. Actually, it was written by a guy from the New York Surveying Department in the 80s, but he was just copying it from a much earlier paper from the 70s. You know, it's been known for some time, but then you get this sort of ridiculous sort of ways of working out with a protractor that they still teach.
I guess it's always good to understand the math behind the computers, right?
Oh, that's what the code tells you.
You always have got to understand the math.
You should always understand the math, yeah.
And that's where we're going now. We're all just plugging, pilots especially, we're just plugging numbers into a computer, and the computer's doing all the math. As a society, that's where we're headed. We're just all dependent on our calculators.
There's a great science fiction story about that.
Just press button here.
There's a great Asimov science fiction story about just that someone finds that you can prove that 2 + 3 = 5, right? And no one believes him. They said, well, yeah, 2 + 3 = 5. If you put it into the calculator, that's what you get. But maybe some other time you'd get a different number. You know, you can't. Well, what is this proof thing?
Very interesting.
Isaac Asimov, if you remember Asimov.
I'd like to. It's too bad he's not around. Well, he could do a story on flat earthers.
Yes, he could.
Dr. Bob, how do you like using your two different sextants? I know you have a bubble sextant also. How do you find the
Yes,
difference between the two?
I've got a Link A12 bubble sextant, and it's very useful because it's convenient. You know, it's kind of like a gun sight. You know, you just put the star or the object in the middle of the bubble, and there you go. It's less accurate than the nautical sextant, the Davis Mark 25. I don't have any issues using either one of them. I find that the bubble sextant is a little easier to use at night because in my location I have to use an artificial horizon because I don't have a horizon.
You're clipping, Bob. Bob, you're clipping again.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Yeah.
Dr.
I
Bob,
assume that went through.
That is the normal response, what Bob just did. Oh, for fuck's sakes. That's proper.
All right, how about now? Any better?
Yeah, a little better. But
All
not
right.
perfect. Have to do.
All right, so I'm not clipping as much anymore.
I
I mean, I've
will
got
say
great signal here. I've got great
Oh, I think we lost him.
He's gone.
Are you close to the water, Bebby? Are you close to? Do you have a water horizon at all?
I have the Thames, and if I go a little bit further east, I can get a horizon. Yeah, and I can easily get to the sea. Yeah,
That's great. So you can do the artificial horizon, you know, right at your house, and then if you ever want to go and get a sea horizon, you can do that also.
I can do that. However,
All right, I
I'm
should be a
keen-
little better
I'm-
now.
That's better. But I'm keen to learn star sights, and of course that's not so easy with an artificial horizon. I think.
Yeah, that's why I like the Link 825. You can pick those up probably for somewhere between about 80 and 120 bucks used on eBay. That's where I got mine. Once you get it, if you want, I'll show you how to clean it up and calibrate it and everything.
Sorry, Bob. What's A25? Did you say?
No, it's a Link A12 1.2.
Yeah. What you should do is do a YouTube video about it, like do an instruction manual on the sextants that you have,
I
like
probably
a
will.
straight up instruction manual for each one.
Yeah, I probably will. I think those would probably be two good videos to use. You know, I've briefly gone over them and how they're operating and everything, but as far as calibrating them, for example, that would be a good video to do.
That's what I mean. Like, so somebody that's got that sextant, even if they're not interested in Dr. Bob videos, will go watch it just to learn about that device.
Yeah, that's one of the problems that you run into on YouTube. Is sometimes, generally, you can find things on stuff. Like if I need to know how to take apart a rifle, or I need to know what's on the inside of a sextant so that I don't break it, you know, I can generally find something that will give me some instruction, but there's not a lot of really good instructional videos out there. So I thought maybe I'd add a few of them. Probably put them over on the Slide Rules and Mathematics channel, or just leave them on Research Flat Moon in the navigation sections.
I would like to see something that would nail this idea that you can't use a sextant on a globe Earth. Maybe with that example you gave of using a tray with a pool of water. Is that
Well,
nails
yeah.
it, right?
Well, I mean, I've already done that. I've already nailed that. I mean, the idea that a sextant only works on a flat Earth is ludicrous. You can measure the angle between 2 points on a spherical or a flat Earth, but as
Yeah.
far as finding your location, the Earth has to be a sphere to do that. And the proof is in the pudding. If I can find my location within 2 nautical miles, obviously my model's correct.
Right, but nobody in the flat Earth community listens, I guess.
No, they don't. They don't even look at these videos. You know, Brian made an ultimate flurf comment the other day, and he says, "Well, I haven't seen your video, but I know it's wrong." And that's just classic flat Earth science denial. You know, he didn't pay any attention to my video. He didn't learn anything from my video. You know, I had a little chat with that guy I debated last night, and I said, you know, look, we can do this one of two ways. Either one, I can teach you about vaccinations and answer your questions about them, you know, as an expert. Or two, you can challenge me and try and debate me over them, and I'll crush you. Your choice. And he opted to try and challenge me. It didn't work out well for him, although I was relatively nice to him for the very reason that one, he behaved himself, and two, at least he made some effort to prepare for it. You know, when I debated, my first encounter with Brian was on the mechanical gyro compass. And he was going to debate me on the mechanical gyro compass and didn't even know how one operated. He seemed to think that it had to do with magnets interacting with mercury in the leveling switch. And it had to do with a magnetic compass. I mean, he didn't even look at the basic page on Wiki on the operation of a gyro compass. And, you know, that's kind of insulting.
The gyro compass is not easy, though, is it? It took a long time for me to get to grasp that.
It actually is. What I did was, I have a university near me, and I made an appointment with the head of the physics department, who's an astronomer, and obviously is a physicist as well, an astrophysicist, I guess you'd call it. But he was quite familiar with the gyro compass, so I bought him some coffee, and we sat down and chatted about gyro compasses for 30 minutes, and I absolutely had it. I mean, from that point on, I had it. Now, as far as doing the calculus and doing some of the finer aspects of gyroscopic precession, you know, there are little nodes that come up in gyroscopic precession, and I'm drawing a blank right now, but you know, there are little squiggles that occur as the compass progresses, and you know, I'm not at that level. I don't do the calculus on them or anything like that, but I've got a very good understanding of how a gyro compass works, and it's very intuitive to me. It makes sense.
I remember your video on the subject. I think I even queried it in the YouTube. But yeah, that did it for me. That explained it successfully to me, because I had the wrong impression before that.
Yeah. And you know, the interesting thing is, it absolutely requires the Earth to be rotating in order to work. It does work. Therefore, the Earth is rotating. You know, they just don't connect the dots. When you can sit down and say, you know, Brian's big thing is the Haversine equation requires R. Well, no, it doesn't require R. And the equation does not. The formula does.
Correct.
The equation finds the Haversine. The formula finds the distance and uses R for that. But there's a number of terms in it. When you have a number of terms, say you have 3 terms, if you have 2 of them, any 2, you can calculate the third one. It's not a problem.
That's Ohm's law as well. If I have any 2 numbers in Ohm's law, I can get the others.
Well, that's just the way math works. So, for example, with the Haversine formula, which normally determines the distance between 2 points on Earth using the Haversine to the arcsine of the Haversine, well, it's the arcsine of the Haversine, unless it's a very small angle, multiplied by 2, multiplied by the radius of the Earth. Well, if you don't have the radius of the Earth, but you do have the measured distance between 2 points, you can determine the radius of the Earth just from that, and I did it. On a trip from, you know, I looked at the distance between London and San Francisco, and I calculated the radius of the Earth. I found the Haversine, and I algebraically arranged it so that I solved for the radius of the Earth. And guess what? I hit it within 10 kilometers. And that was probably rounding errors, plus the fact that it's not.
He's gone. We've lost you, Bob. Is everyone else there, or is it me?
I hear ya.
We
No,
can't hear Bob.
Bob's thing crashed. Its silence is deadly.
Yeah.
Silence is deafening. FB, are you there?
Hey guys, I'm still.
Hello?
Hello.
Hey guys, I just had something come up. I'll be right back.
Mom's trying to figure out where I am because I'm running an hour late. I sent her a note saying that the battery was dead, and it took me a while to get it started. She just wanted to make sure that I was on the way.
Much clearer now, Bob.
What?
You're much clearer.
No. Yeah, I'm getting into a better cell phone area. Even though I've got a booster in the truck here, sometimes there are some areas that are rough. You know, we can talk to the moon in 1969, but I can't get cell phone service in
Correct.
St. John's, Michigan, you know?
So, Bob, before I go, I have to do some cooking. I've just got a question about Wednesday. I've already prepared, finished a presentation that replies to Ev's actual argument. I did a straw man before for a test, but he's actually sent me what his actual argument is, and it's actually even worse than the one I was sort of straw manning. So I propose to present that at 1600 UTC on Wednesday. Is that okay?
That is acceptable indeed. 1600 UTC?
Correct. 11
All right.
o'clock, Northern Michigan.
Correct. Yep. All right, that
That'll-
won't be a
that'll
problem at
be-
all. We'll be waiting with bells on.
Yeah, that'll be a good one.
So
There are-
11 o'clock Bob time?
11 o'clock
11
Bob
o'clock
time.
Bob time.
Yep.
Yeah. So what's that? 12 o'clock 420's time? It's 107 now.
It's 1707 here in London. That's 6 hours, right?
Yep. 1206 here.
So 1600 would be
My time.
Yeah.
1600 would be 11 o'clock my time. Same time as last time.
Yeah.
It's about an hour after the stream starts, so it'll have a chance to have some people in the stream.
That would be great.
Now, make sure you spell premise correctly this time.
I will spell it as the magician spelled it, Bob. Same as ever. No change there. I chatted with some of the thanks for putting up the other video. I chatted with some of the people who are objecting. I think everyone sort of everyone but one, I think, gets the point now.
Well, I hope they all calm down a little bit, because not all of the objections that were raised were relevant, in my opinion. I really
Well,
don't care whether you spell premise with an SE or an SS.
well, that's just as
that-
stupid.
that's not
there
a
is
point.
I think there is an English UK difference, English US difference for a start, but a surprising number of people thought, including Bev, thought that what I was presenting was an argument I actually believed in, rather than criticizing, and that
That
was amazing. But
that truly surprised me. I was kind of taken aback by that, because I thought it was very clear that what you were doing is you were presenting an argument and dissecting it.
correct. Unfortunately, the argument that Bev presents is much simpler and much more wrong, in fact, than the one I was presenting. So,
Well, he is a much simpler and much more wrong person.
yeah. The other
He's
thing,
not a
the other
very
thing,
sophisticated individual, and he's not a thinker. You know, he's just not. He's not an intellectual.
well, he tries thinking, doesn't he? I also love-
Yeah. Well, there are things that I tried running cross country, and I just didn't have the legs for it. I think
yeah.
you have to recognize very early on what you're good at and what you're not good at, and he failed to recognize that that's something he's not good at.
Yeah, that's you saw my picture of the of Gemini, didn't you? With the two stars renamed. Did you see that?
Yeah, Dunning and Kruger. I think even Robin got a kick out of that one.
Right, right. I also like his idea of proving that what he calls proving the straight line. Now, I looked this up. Euclid does prove that the straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points. He does it by means of a triangle. He shows you any triangle, and he says that, well, between points A and B must always be shorter than going the long way round the dogleg. Now, if you look at Euclid's proof, that's proposition 20, and it's got quite a good genealogy. You'll go to sort of proposition 19, 18, then 16, I think, then a few others. So it takes Euclid a long while, and in quite a complex way, to prove that the straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points. Bev just proves it just by saying, he says, well, it's obvious. And which is great. It's such an ignorance. It's such an ignorance of the whole subject.
Well, there's a difference between, there's an old story about Edison. I don't know if you ever heard the story, but you remember his light bulb when he first developed his light bulb? It's got a rather unique shape to it.
Yeah.
And he was employing some mathematicians and engineers that were trying to figure out a formula to determine the volume of a light bulb. I don't know why they needed it, but they decided for some reason they needed to know the volume of the light bulb. And they worked on it for a week or so, and then they reported back saying they were having a little difficulty and needed a little more time. Edison walked over to the sink with a light bulb, filled it up, poured it into a beaker, and says, "There's the volume." There's different ways of proving things. You have a very rigorous way of proving things, and then you have the engineering way. And I believe in the engineering way. I'll leave that for the academicians. Academics. That's
really
it.
Good ways of doing stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, as you were describing how they're doing this, it's like, why not? I actually was thinking about why not just dump it in a measure?
Yeah. Well, like with long distance shooting, you can really get technical about it and do a lot of math with it, taking into account, Eötvös, Coriolis, everything else. But a very simple and practical way of doing it is make your best guess, fire one shot, see exactly where it hits in your scope, and then that's your aim point, and then your second shot's dead on.
Yeah.
Because a lot of these people are spending a lot of time trying to do calculations to bring the significant digits of the answer up well beyond the capability of the rifle to address. You don't take a pocket slide rule that's good to 2, maybe 3 significant digits, and start working with 5 significant digit numbers and expect an answer. You're just not going to get it.
And hey guys, I'm back. I had a phone call. I had to drop out for a few
Yeah,
minutes.
I left you a nice image there in the text channel, 24/7 text channel. Straw man and gaslight. That's
I'm,
what
I'm
they
check.
always use too.
I'm checking it out. Who's this duo?
Straw man and gaslight. You know, come on. You've never heard of straw man and gaslight?
This must be from a Flat Earth channel, eh? I like it.
No, it's a type of argument. You know, they will always try to use straw mans on you or gaslight you.
That's it. That's it.
I think Bob's AFK again.
Dr. Bob, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I was
Dr.
actually
Bob,
just over on the YouTube channel having a look through the chat real quick to see if there's anything I needed to address.
Do you get frustrated a little bit when you have your own sextant and you're finding your position very accurately using globe earth maps, and then you're playing chess with Pigeon? Does that frustrate you, or how do you deal with that?
Amusement? You
What
know,
is
it's a little mix of amusement and sadness. You know, I don't do sextant videos and correct flat earthers to make them change their mind. Doing content rebuttal generally doesn't work with them because they don't understand it well enough to understand how badly they were beaten. You know, I crushed Brian's logic and it went right over his head, and he doesn't even realize what I did to him. So you don't really do that. Sometimes you can use technique rebuttal, showing them where they're making their error in reasoning, but that rarely makes a difference either because their narrative is their identity, and
Yeah.
that narrative meets a need to them psychologically. You know, heroin meets a psychological need to a heroin addict. It's a bad coping mechanism for something else, but one of the things that you really need to do to get somebody that's addicted into a better state is you address the psychological underpinnings of their addiction. You know, without addressing those, just weaning them off doesn't work, you know, because they still have the same problem, and that's still a coping mechanism in their mind.
And if you look at the channels, they still think that Nathan gave you a good thrashing. I remember one person said, "Oh well, I can tell from the tone of Bob's voice that he's lost the argument. Like there was no argument. Like persuasion depends on the tone of someone's voice. It's very
Yeah,
odd.
but well, that's a favorite technique that they use. You know, my tone with Nathan is like my tone with you. I'm having a conversation. I don't get frustrated by people that don't understand things. You know, I have a lot of patience with that, and it really doesn't bother me much. I laugh at them sometimes, especially people like QE, you know, a typical all hat and no cattle cowboy. But, you know, that's because I've already essentially given up on trying to help them out and help them understand anything. But I don't mind making them look foolish in the eyes of their followers or potential followers that may be listening.
I think
Yeah.
the virtue is for people like me who, I think like most people, never really gave a second thought to whether the Earth is a globe or not, but assumed it was a globe because other smart people say it's a globe. So I accepted the argument from authority, but the fun in this is actually to say, well, actually, why is the Earth a globe, and what are the reasons people have thought that in the past? And it's helpful. To
That
learn
is
that for
fascinating.
yourself.
The other thing that I ran into is like you, I didn't rely on other people telling me it was a globe. I relied on the fact that there's no evidence to the contrary that it would be a globe. All right. I recognized the Earth as a globe by direct observation by the time I was about 8 or 10. All right. I didn't have anybody tell me that. I could see it. And it just made a lot of sense because it, the idea of the Earth being a globe matched what I was seeing in reality. But there's a difference between seeing something and understanding it, just like there's a difference between reading a scientific paper and understanding what they're talking about.
So to be clear, Bob, you have this urge to understand at quite like you're 8 years old, right?
Yes. Yeah, and the reason that I understood it when I was 8 was that I would look out at ships over the ocean. We lived in Florida at the time. And I'd look out at a ship with binoculars, and I'd realize that there was water. It was like the water was higher between me and the bottom of the ship, and I couldn't see the bottom of the ship. And no matter what I did or how much zoom I put in on it, that didn't change. And the other one, the first really clear and incontrovertible evidence that the Earth was curved to me was the launch of Apollo 17, because it took some 30 seconds for that rocket to clear the horizon, and I could clearly see it. It literally lit up the night from 153 miles away. And
Because
I
you
mean,
lived in because you lived in Florida, right?
yes, I lived in
That was
Fort,
that's where they took off.
yeah, I lived in the Fort Lauderdale area, and they took off from Cape Kennedy up on the coast, and it's about 150 miles away, and Florida, of course, is relatively flat. So you can generally see a pretty decent horizon unless there happens to be trees right in front of you. But you just move beside the trees, and you look out, and there's a relatively flat horizon because the ground is relatively flat and level.
Can you hear us? Can you hear us, Lion King?
But you could clearly see it. But it took time to clear the curve of the Earth. It had to reach a certain altitude. I think I figured it out once. It was 17 or 18,000 feet, and it took it about 30 seconds to get up that high.
How cool is that to see the Apollo missions launch firsthand?
Yeah, I saw the last one.
That is freaking awesome. And I have to say, even looking at ships over the ocean with a decent pair of binoculars is really cool. You can literally see the Earth's curvature between you and the ship, right?
Yes, you literally can see that the sea is higher than the base of the ship.
Yeah. I got to watch it live on a black and white vacuum tube TV because that's what we had at the time.
I remember those.
Black and white tube.
Very cool.
What we had.
Well, I didn't see it with my own eyes live, but I did see the Apollo 11 Jeez. I saw Apollo 11 launch, of course, and I saw the first moonwalk, and I saw that live on television.
You can't fake that kind of stuff with a late 60s, early 70s technology. You just can't fake that.
No, you really couldn't. And if you look at like 2001: A Space Odyssey, the scenes of the moon were totally different than what the actual moon looked like.
Yeah.
I'll have to go back and check that out. That would actually be quite interesting to see the fake moon.
There is a very good video by a guy who did special effects for movies, and the whole point of the video was how difficult it would be to fake any of that stuff for many, many reasons.
I actually saw that video. And
yeah, with the moon.
Right, he did put it out, and it wasn't possible to do, not to that level. And the bottom line that the FLIRs seem to forget is it doesn't matter whether it was possible or not. Let's assume, for the sake of argument and nothing more, that it was possible. Okay? Now you have to show that they did it, and that they actually did fake it. And how would you do that? Well, you have to show me that Neil Armstrong was in Nevada in July of 1965 instead of on the moon where it was. It was like that one more orbit flight. Well, we don't believe that it did it. Great. Show me that plane was in a hangar in New Jersey when it was supposed to be flying over the South Atlantic.
Well, what the moon is
You know,
just a
if you can do
huge.
that,
Some of them think the moon is a huge ball of helium floating in the sky with a candle in the middle.
yeah, somebody think the tooth fairy sneaks $5 bills underneath their pillow when they lose teeth. But then again, then they turn 6.
Yeah.
Or are they or are they lying? I mean, Bob, that video on Mitchell of Australia. That was, what was he faking it? Was he consciously faking it, or did he just make a mistake?
No, I don't think he was faking it. I think that he did that on purpose because it's an old trick.
That's
It's
what
a
I
very
mean. What was he deliberately deceiving?
yes. I think he was because what he did was he did a variation on scuba lensing. Are you familiar with that?
No.
Scuba lensing. You ever see those Fresnel magnifiers that you use for magazines and stuff?
Yeah.
All right. Well, there's a pattern to those, and the minimal distortion is in the center of that sheet of plastic. If you look at objects that are at the edges of it, the objects are bent towards the center. All right.
Yeah.
That's the way the magnifier works.
Yeah.
So by using a very specific part of the Fresnel lens, you can pull a coin in a Mitch with an object. All right. And that is, Skiba used to show up. He'd set this thing up in a very specific way, and he'd invite people, to look through this and show that, hey, look, it's all an optical effect from raindrops, from drops of water in the air. However, if you use a different spot on the lens, you can make that object disappear through the top or through the left or the right. It's just, it's a parlor trick. And that's all that Mitchell did. He's not the first one to do this. There's been 2 or 3 others in the past. I saw that it offended me, so I handed him his ass.
That can actually be useful too. You can actually use that for things.
What?
That lensing effect can be actually useful.
Fresnel lens? Yeah, that's the way lighthouses work.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, very, very useful because it creates a very powerful beam, a light that goes out, with more intensity than you normally would have with a regular lens.
Right. Back in the day, we didn't have exactly LED lights and powerful lights. We had to take a dim light and magnify it, right?
Yeah. So you had a reflector behind it, and then you had the lens in front of it.
Well, the Fresnel lens is just a regular lens that's cut up, and extra lens material is, extra glass is cut out of it. It's a rather ingenious design how they did it.
Yeah, car tail lights had it that way too. A lot of the old ones.
Yeah.
Probably same idea. No LED lights.
Well,
Yeah.
they had a 10 watt, 10. Yeah, no. Let me think. Half amp, 12 volt, 6. We'll say 6 to 8 watt light, like tungsten light, and that had to be seen way back behind the car. A 6 to 8 watt tungsten light.
Yeah.
That's the bulb that's in your night lamp. The old night lamps that had the little clear glass bulb in them?
That's incredible. When I see an old timer
That's the amount
car,
of power they have.
when I
Same
see
way.
an old timer car, I always look at the lights and try to see exactly how bright they are. I find that stuff fascinating.
Yeah, but yeah, if you took that bulb and just stuck it on the back bumper out of the picture, it's like, seriously, is it even lit? When you put it in that lens, you can see it through the sun.
We get spoiled by today's LED lights, and
The LED lights aren't as good, I don't think. Not at surviving in the back of a car. Because the one thing the old bulbs have over the LEDs is they get hot. Dries them out.
It's a
They
good
dry
point.
themselves out.
And de-ices the front bulbs too, right?
Yes, it does. But the fact that they're self-drying, just from operation, they're not long drying out if they're damp. When you turn on your park lights, they're not long drying out, the bulbs, which means that sockets aren't long getting dry. Everything gets dry really quickly. They went with them smaller bulbs for more than one reason. They use the heat they run at to actually keep them working.
Sorry, just to get back to Mitchell there and the debunk video, you know, you can literally see the coin disappear from the bottom up, just like you can see ships go over the globe, sorry, over curvature bottom up. Does that not trigger anything in Mitchell? Like, or did he not pay attention to that?
Well, the thing is, what he's doing is he's just declaring things, and by declaring them, assuming they're true. For example, he says there's nothing blocking the bottom of the coin. Of course there is, the edge of the table. It's a physical object blocking the bottom of the coin. Second of all, he didn't even, you know, the Rayleigh criterion has a value to it. It's a little less than 1 arc minute. Well, you can calculate what that would be at 2 feet. It's 0.6 millimeters. You know, the thinnest coin that I had was an American dime, and it was 1.25 millimeters thick. It's not even remotely close. You can easily see a dime on edge. But, you know, it just, the other thing, of course, that was brought up, and I didn't bring it up because I brought it up too many times before, Katz has brought it up, etc. And that is the Rayleigh criteria has to do with whether or not one object or one light appears, or excuse me, 2 lights separated by distance appear as 1 light or 2. When you go down below the Rayleigh criterion as far as angular size, you still see the 1 light. You know, they don't understand the fact that my neighbor's got a porch light on his back door across the lake. That doesn't illuminate my yard, but I can clearly see it. You know, these are just things that they don't get. And it's kind of sad.
That's an excellent point, that you can still see the object. Sorry, you can still see the light.
Yeah, it doesn't make part of the object disappear and the other remaining part, which is even smaller, visible. That just doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
Bob, have you forgot that we are dealing with flat Earth logic?
Yeah, no, I haven't.
Yeah, that's why they don't get it. It's flat Earth logic.
That would be a good name for a YouTube channel, Flat Earth Logic. I think that already exists already.
That exists.
It does.
You're too late.
Yeah, but nobody thought of research flat moon. So I'm happy with my channel.
Dr. Bob, I have to hand it to you. Your video creation pace is like you for being a working doctor. It's amazing how many videos you can put out, and you here on Discord. You're working very hard.
Well, I'm driving right now. I don't have anything else to do, so being on Discord is not a problem. You know, I've got a nice headset. You know, basically you guys keep me company and keep me from falling asleep. And one of the beauties of driving quite a bit is you have time to think. And I'll sit down and say, you know, I'm kind of fascinated by the law of cosines. I think I'm going to do a video on that.
I can pump you in some ambience if you want.
I'm fine.
You know, like.
But, you know, I mean, I've got this. The other thing that I've got is, you know, I've got this astrolabe coming up. and I'm probably going to order it this week. But the Astrolabe has got what, 1,000 different functions, especially a precision one like I'm getting. It's got 1,000 different functions. It'll probably beat a dozen videos in the coming year. And one will lead to the other, and it may be a situation where, okay, well, I'm going to stop at this video now, and I'm going to start the next one because it's a separate subject. And then I go 10 minutes on that, and then it's okay, well, that handled that. Now I've got another one that I can do for 15 minutes. And then I just come back and I put the intros and the outros and clean them up and do the sound and correct the color and everything. And then I've got, 6 weeks worth of Mondays done. Bob the Science Guy has got videos scheduled to be released through March. Research Flat Moon, I've got a couple that are, I've already got Wednesday's video done. I'm going to have a look at Brian Mullen in the thermosphere. That's already done. And I'm probably going to do 2 or 3 more Brian Mullins that'll be Wednesdays for the next month. Because I just want to finish up his, I want to finish up his thing, because a lot of people, I think, get bored of it and stop doing them after the 4th or the 5th video. But he's got 11 of them out right now that I've found. They all need to be addressed because they're on Globebusters all the time.
Yes, I like your atmosphere video on him. I just watched that one earlier today.
Yeah. I had some people that criticized it because, it's not exactly correct because you have to do calculus and you need to take into account a couple of other things. But it's not a course in meteorology. It's a rough idea of what's going on with it. The atmosphere doesn't have to speed up. It lags behind a little bit because at 50 miles above the surface of the Earth, where there's essentially no atmosphere left, if you were to look at the rotational speed of that, it's 314 miles every 24 hours. So it's a 20 mile an hour difference. Big whoop. It lags behind a hair. And then I had people that were arguing, well, it's not really 25 miles an hour. It's really more like 11.3 because of this, and this. Well, that's great. The bottom line is, though, it still lags behind. I didn't take into account friction and the dragging of the higher levels of the atmosphere by the lower levels of the atmosphere. I didn't take into account jet streams and air currents and things like that, because I just wanted to demonstrate the fact that, look, simple geometry tells you the difference is only, if you take a rope and run it along the entire equator, assuming that there's, it's all at the level of, at sea level, and you increase the height of that rope from ground level to 1 foot, how much do you increase the length of the rope?
4
It's a huge difference.
4
And,
feet.
Yeah. I mean, you're only increasing it 6.28 feet, period.
Is it more than?
Yeah, it's 2 pi, 6.28.
Dumb.
Because you're increasing increasing the diameter by 2 feet.
Yes.
1 foot on one side, 1 foot on the other.
Yes. And I was being dumb.
But if you think about it, a lot of people would think, well, that would increase it hundreds of miles because the Earth is so huge. No, not really. I mean, it's simple geometry. Aristarchus figured out the relative sizes and distances of the Earth, Moon, and Sun 2,300 years ago. He was only awaiting accurate measurements, and he's dead on. I mean, like within 1%.
A wind or the atmosphere lagging behind like 20 miles
Okay, guys, we need a few more likes, and if you want to hit that subscribe, we've got 14 in chat, and we don't even have that many likes right now, and there's turnover. So make sure you hit that button. Make YouTube love me a little bit. Make YouTube love me a long time.
I hope that YouTube eventually gives back our other used to always show.
Give back which?
The one that we lost, their dislike counter. Be up. We want that.
Yeah, it's all political nowadays. It's all about the likes. Nobody wants to. It's all about not making people feel bad, I guess, eh?
If I got something wrong, I want to know it.
That's true. I think the creator is still. I think the creator is still supposed to know, but it's just hidden from public. I thought.
Yeah, I know that's the problem. It's hidden from public. That's what I don't want. I want mine exposed. I want everyone to like button. We lost Bob again. Now, if you're watching an instruction video and it's completely wrong and you don't know it because there's no one can leave a negative anything, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a valid point. It takes feedback away. We don't have a feedback anymore. How the video actually is, right?
I think it's just a couple of YouTube CEOs had a fit because their videos got disliked. You know what I mean?
Could very well be. Could be.
Could I be wrong?
It's
Maybe.
possible, but I like your theory.
It's impossible to prove the Earth's flat. Go upstairs with your portable device. Likely got a sensor in it that'll tell you how high up you're going. Does that with barometric pressure.
That's it. And it's very sensitive. The altimeters are very sensitive, right? It has to be because the airplanes are flying only 1,000 feet apart, all the way up to like 41,000 feet, right? So it's got to be very, very sensitive. Pretty much, I don't know what the exact accuracy is, but I bet you it's within a couple of feet.
Don't forget how fast airplanes travel.
Sorry, I say that again.
I said, don't forget how fast airplanes travel.
Exactly, about 78% the speed of sound, 80% the speed of sound.
You don't have much time to yell out, building, wall,
or airplane.
tree.
We got automated systems to keep the other airplanes away from us, which is called TCAS. And that's a real last step. Kind of if a controller makes a mistake, then the TCAS is supposed to step in. So one person can't cause two airplanes to crash together.
Correct.
Which is good. Layers of safety.
Ordered to do whatever that thing says to do. If it says dive, you're to dive. If it says go up, you're to go up.
Exactly, exactly. We learned that from the crash in Europe, a Ukrainian airliner and a cargo airliner.
Right. Yeah, ignore the tower, obey the robot.
Exactly, because at that point you just assume that the controller's already made a mistake, and it all comes down to automation at this point. You know, for years I flew an airplane without a head-up display, and if I wanted to see the horizon dip, I'd have to bring a theodolite or a water level. But now, for the last year, I've flown an airliner with a head-up display, so I have a 0-degree pitch line, and it's my eye level extending out to infinity, and it's great for seeing the horizon dip.
You made me think of a little game that Planer Walk is making.
Oh yes,
He calls it Morphia.
you know what? I saw a preview on that on this channel. It's got like cognitive dissonance, like you're dueling the flurfer.
I was on with him the other night there for a few hours talking.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. That should be a lot of fun.
Trying to get him to get a way for support to the NES or the Commodore 64.
I see. What's it based on now? Like, how does it run?
Windows machine, I guess.
Yeah, I see. It's good. So what's the prediction for 2022? 2021 was, quote, the year of a sextant. What's 2022 going to be?
The UFO overlords are going to land and start eating our brains.
I love it. The year of a UFO overlord.
What do you think of the Pushatron?
I'm not familiar with a pushatron.
Just think of the opposite of gravity. Push the things down instead of attracting.
Interesting. That's the first time I've heard of it. I'll have to give it some thought.
Like, come on. With a name like FE, you don't know what Pushatrons are? Right?
But I like a pushatron. Is that a real FE theory, or did you come up with that?
Us and Team Skeptic.
Ah, I like that. I like that. It's a different way of thinking about it.
Yeah, because if you think about a FLIR perspective, you're not going to see absolutely anything. You know what I mean? You're blind to everything.
FLIR Fission.
Yeah,
I got the FLIR blinders on.
yeah. Just remember, the Earth is not square.
So what's making news in the FLIR world? What's going on with different channels? I'm a bit out of the loop. Like I know what's the angry one? Nathan. Nathan is they're all going on well looking for R. That's unchanged. Nothing new there. Anything interesting going on?
I gotta hang out in that server a little more and get more info.
No, you don't. Trust me, for your own sanity.
What? You don't think I should go deep?
Too much flurf is never good for your mental health.
Yeah, there's only 2,000 of them over there. Is that too many?
I think one flurf is too many. I'm having trouble with my push to talk, so if I'm kind of cutting in and out, then you know why. I need like a Bluetooth push to talk switch. So what I was asking is, do you know how the airliners and biz jets figure out their true heading before they go flying?
Sextants, compasses, gyroscopes. Lots of ways to figure out what way you're pointed.
Yep, but keep in mind, this is airlines. We want the most simplest and most accurate way possible. And you nailed it. You nailed it with gyroscopes. We use a ring laser gyro.
By the way, I rigged it up, got it my display to register from 0 to 200 or from 0 to 24.00000.
Very cool, very cool.
Basically a clock display.
Right. You really have to capture that on video, eh?
Yeah. So right now it's at yeah, it's getting up there. 13.85 right now. Basically almost 1400. I haven't figured out yet how to make the point go from 0 to 69 yet, or 59, but I will.
That makes sense on the East Coast. Hey, do you know Fred? You know Flat Earther Fred? Even more magnificent? I don't know, seems suspicious.
I can tell you how to set the clock. You literally just rotate the gyro, the casing of it, and you can set the clock.
That's very cool, actually. I really, you gotta start a channel and make a video on that, because that is just, it's just detecting the Earth's rotation is not too many people have done it, right? I mean, not counting all the what do you call those things? The pendulums, Foucault's pendulum. Yeah, so sorry, just getting back to the gyros in the airplane. It uses Earth rotation to figure out the true heading, right? If you're at the equator, and at the equator, the gyro would take about 5 minutes to initialize, and if for 5 minutes all you're detecting is a nose dipping down while you're facing east, if for 5 minutes all you're doing is detecting an airplane rolling to the right, you're facing north. So it uses that combination of roll and pitch to find out your true heading. In Canada, there's actually a movement to get rid of magnetic headings for airplanes and just use all true, right? Because then you don't have to change the runway numbers, you don't have to change your airways, you don't have to change approach headings. It'd all be in true. It'd save a lot of money. But of course, we'd all have to do it at the same time, Canada and US, right?
Yeah, it could be probably a bit of money. Although the planes itself really, because they've got those compasses, you know what I mean? They've got the gyros.
That's right. The planes is just a switch.
Towers, it's only the towers that would have to.
For us, airplanes, the initial information is all in true, right? And then it applies the magnetic variation table to get magnetic heading. So for us, it's easy. We just flip a switch and we put our heading indicators in true north.
I think everybody else is asleep but us.
Yeah, kind of quiet. The one thing that makes zero sense is a flat Earth horizon. Like I've been on the shores of Lake Ontario and I'm looking at the CN Tower 31 miles away, and yet the horizon, is like 1 or 2 miles away. There's zero reason why there should be a blockage caused by the atmosphere that close. And if you can't explain it, I really don't think they understand it. Nathan keeps going on looking for R. Where's the R? Where'd you get R? And I'd like to ask Dr. Bob about that. I'm sure he's found R a whole bunch of different ways and fairly accurately too. I'm going to try to use I got a whole bunch of pictures of a horizon dip from airplane at different altitudes. We'll try to use that, calculate R a few times. Of course, there's refraction, so it's not going to be 100% accurate, but it'll be close enough, right? The flight management system, Shervad uses R. It's global math, right? So it's using R, but it's not something that I'm that knowledgeable in, right? I'm more punch numbers in and numbers come out.
Amazing how stubborn they get, though.
Absolutely. It's I think it's an evolved defense mechanism, Bo.
Is the other guy that's in here alive, or is he asleep?
Blood's Victor, he's listening. Oh wait, he's not even listening. Oh no, his mic is off, but he's listening. So we got curvature, we have rotation. I think we got this flat Earth thing pretty much debunked.
Don't forget we got angular acceleration.
Exactly. You're doing it right now, right?
Yeah, but it's not much acceleration. It's only 15 per hour.
So we're gently rotating not spinning.
Spinning rapidly at 15 degrees per hour.
Hey, that's 1,000 miles at the equator. Hang on.
But on a 24-hour dial clock, how fast is the hour hand spinning?
I think it's spinning twice as fast as the Earth, right? Because it makes 2 rotations in a day, right?
So what's the per hour?
7. No, I guess it's is it 30 degrees per hour?
There you go.
We're
on a 12-hour clock, yeah.
right, and the Earth is spinning half as fast,
Yeah.
which is 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. Hang on.
A lot of people can't understand 24-hour clocks.
No, it's more common in Europe. I think they use that a lot in Europe, 24-hour time.
Yeah.
I like it. It really avoids that AM PM mistake when you're setting the alarm clock.
Yeah. I've got a clock here that looks like a big Lego tour, and it's set in the 24-hour time zone. Like it says right now on it, 13:59.
Yeah, that's good. That's the way to go, right? Especially when you're waking up all kinds of weird hours, right? So, this is what flat Earth is. It's charlatans and flat for pay. Nathan's flat for pay. And what's the one in Australia? Mitchell. He's a charlatan. He's just playing magic tricks. He knows it's fake, but he's just doing it for the clicks on YouTube, right? Doing it for the gram.
I don't understand people like that, do you?
No, I mean, if he really knows it's a globe and he's deceiving people, I think it's a really terrible thing. It's dishonest.
It seems to be a way to maybe sort of have it.
Yep. Mind you, then again, we all have our jobs. We all have a job to go to, right? But I want to at least have some pride in my job.
Yeah, you get telemarketers, scammers, telescammers, flat earthers, young earth creationists. They're all the same book to me.
Yeah, it's not an easy world out there, right? So when I get a call from India, some telescammer, I try not to judge him too harshly. But a flat earther, straight to hell, right to the bottom.
I wish Bob would come back in and liven up the conversation.
Exactly. We need Dr. Bob in here to do some flat smacking. We're going to we're going to do ball smacking.
Yeah, we need science.
Yes.
And probably the phrase ball smacking probably not the best phrase to use on YouTube.
I find,
because of the condensation, or however you pronounce that.
I find, the flat earthers like to flat smack. I think we need an equivalent phrase in the globe earth community.
It'd just be globe.
Globe smacking. Globe smacking sounds pretty good. First we globe smack them, then we ball smack them just for good measure.
Well, like I said, that can have adult indications.
Oh, I see. I never thought about it like that.
That's why I don't use it all too often.
You know, you don't need a sextant to do celestial navigation, right? You can just use shadows. I've done some solar noon observations with shadows, and it's, you know, it's close enough, right? Have you ever tried anything like that?
Can you prove that it's round that way? Yes, you can.
That's it. That's it. I mean, if you have enough people doing it, I think you need 3 people doing it any given day at different latitudes, and I think you could totally prove it. You could have some globe Earth evidence for sure from that. We have some flat earthers trying to join the conversation.
You mean on YouTube?
No, in the Discord we have a Gary Wabenga and Fred and I said I don't know if you know these guys.
Yeah, I do. Don't worry.
Well, let's globe smack him a little bit.
I'll let you do that. I'm just the moderator. Moderator to keep the filth out of the chat.
All right. Well, you want to let Gary in? I don't know if we should. I don't know this guy. But he's in the green room if you're interested.
Was. He left.
Just keep an eye on the green room here. I think Gary is going to try to come in. I'm sure he has wants to tell us how he's converted to the globe. He's seen the globe light.
You better keep her.
He's in the green room now.
You better keep. I'm not bringing him in a third time.
Does he keep popping out?
Yeah.
Hi, Gary. Welcome to the globe. Now we got two in the green room. We have Gary and Ringmaster Rodent. Like I was saying, the principle of celestial navigation is we live on a globe, and the sun is a distant sun. So the same thing between all around the globe is the sun's coming in the same direction. If you're seeing the sun at a different angle of the Earth, that's the ground tilted. You measure the tilt of the ground, find your location. For every 60 nautical miles you travel along the ground tilts 1 degree. That's the principle of celestial navigation. Hey, Ringmaster Rodent. Welcome to the globe.
Hello, Master Rodent. How you doing? Around? Master Rodent doesn't want to talk.
Go ahead, caller. You're on there.
It don't work that way here.
So how do airplanes fly without dipping their nose? That's what I want to know.
Well, you fly one, you should know.
Exactly. See, we fly level around Earth's curved surface. Every hour we go forward, we go over about 7.5 degrees of curvature. So it works out to like fractions of a degree per minute. So it's that the ground curves underneath and we curve with the ground to always fly level over the curvature.
Don't you mean you track the sea level?
Yeah, that's another way of thinking about it. We track our flight level, which which the flight level curves with the ground, right? It's parallel to the sea level.
As I just said, yeah, tracking sea level.
Well, I mean, not
Right.
sea level because we're 35, 36, whatever, 38,000 feet above sea level. But
Yeah, but you're staying at 38,000 feet with respect to sea level. So
yes,
you're kind of tracking it. You're tracking
correct.
it.
Yeah, we're tracking a specific flight level. But when you look at the stars, like I got a great time lapse once I was flying north, looking at the North Star, and as you respect to the stars, for sure you're dipping the nose around the stars, right? You can see that you're flying over a curved surface. All the stars from in the whole sky are moving up at the same rate. Every hour, about 7.5 degrees nose up, because over an hour of flight, the noses went down 7.5 degrees. And you get new stars rising from below the horizon, going northbound, because you're going around the curve, right? So you're seeing new stars from rising below the horizon. Hey, I'm just looking through the chat on the YouTube. Rigmaster Rodent is definitely not a flat earther. He's a globe earther. He got a very funny comment here. Flat Earth pirate, always looking for R. I wonder why they use degrees to describe the Earth's latitude. Like, why? Like, I'm at about 43.5 degrees north, roughly speaking.
Right, your position in the other direction.
You mean longitude?
Yeah.
Yeah.
With those, you got X marks the spot.
That's true. That's a good point. Latitude is like that's true.
Yeah, I almost got you there, didn't I?
I like latitude better. Longitude is okay, but latitude is my favorite.
Yeah, but now that you've given the longitude, if you give the latitude, now you can triangulate.
Exactly. And I said roughly 43.5. That's not being very precise. But my question is, why do they use degrees for that? It's almost like, here's a question. How much is the ground tilted between myself and the equator? If I'm at 43.5 degrees north. Any guesses?
My brain knows the answer. My brain just can't get it to register to come out.
Okay, I'm gonna make it super easy, and I apologize if I put you on the spot. If
It's okay. I get it.
I'm dealing with a bit of a bot attack on other servers, so I'm really preoccupied. But okay,
all good, all good.
just run
Okay.
it through as if I don't know anything.
Okay. If
I'll place
North Pole 90 degrees north, equator 0 degrees. How much is the ground tilted between the equator and the North Pole?
obviously 43 degrees ish. No, it's not quite that.
No, from equator to the North Pole, it's 90 degrees, right? You can visualize the equator and then the North Pole at the top.
Yeah, that part would be, yeah, 'cause quarter circle.
Right, right. So for every degree of latitude we go north or south, the ground tilts 1 degree. So if
Yeah.
you're at 43 degrees north,
Maybe
the ground tilted.
yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, my brain's just dead for some reason. Sorry.
No, you know what? We don't often think about latitude like that as a tilt of the ground, but it totally is.
It is logic.
Yep. So as at the equator, we start off level, and then for every degree north we go, the ground tilts 1 degree. Of course, it's not like, it's a gentle tilt. It's tilting the whole way up, right? And that's a principle for celestial navigation. That for every degree north or south of the equator you go, the ground tilts 1 degree. Earth curvature confirmed. That's the cool thing about flat Earth is the more you look into it, the more cool stuff you learn about globe Earth. At least that is for me, because a lot of times we go through life without really worrying about the shape of the Earth until you start debunking the flat Earth, and you learn all kinds of cool things like celestial nav, horizon dip, how gyros can measure Earth rotation. You pay more attention to the horizon. So yeah, I think flat Earth is a great thing because the more you look into it, the more of a glober you become because the evidence is all around us. And the flat earthers, they don't have anything. That's why we have to do these parlor tricks and talk nonsense. Like Nathan looking for R. He never has an honest conversation about the shape of the Earth. He just gets belligerent and gets stuck on one thing, and he never has an honest conversation with it. That's why I know he's flat for pay.
Yeah. It's just one of those things that just makes no sense. Why would you want to do that to your own reputation? If it's fake, why would you want to? Obviously we know flat Earth is fake. I mean, if your position isn't a true position, you're basically making yourself look like fool for nothing other than a little bit of money. You're really ruining your reputation for money.
I think it's his job, and the sad thing is, if he put the time in and got the education, I'm sure he could have been a lawyer. Like he has a good command of English language, and I don't know about how his studying skills are, but as far as talking, he has a good command of English language. Clearly, some wasted potential there. I want to get one of these flat earthers in a debate. And I don't. It's not necessarily that I really want to hear their point of view. It's just that I want to present the globe evidence, and the fun part for me is just seeing the reaction, right? Because they like to say, "Oh, the horizon always rises to eye level." Well, I have evidence that in fact it's the complete opposite. As observer elevation is increased, the horizon falls lower and lower. Hi, Gary.
Keep going. I just
Hey,
get
Gary.
catch up.
Yeah, so I have complete opposite evidence. I have evidence that as we rise up in altitude, the horizon falls lower and lower. That 8 inch per mile squared drop that they're always looking for. I got plenty of evidence for that. We get that both at the beach when I increase my elevation just a few feet. Let's say I go from 10-foot to 50-foot observer elevation. I can see the horizon drop. But I also have it at altitude when I go from 500 feet to 1,000 feet to 35,000 feet. I see that horizon drop lower and lower. And then the same thing on a descent. I see the horizon come back up.
Yeah. Just remember the 8 inch per mile, if used over long distance, ends up being a parabola. So it's only good for real local measurements, as you probably are fully aware of.
Yes, that's true. That's
Short
true.
range calculation.
I do agree. I compared it to Walter Bislin's flat Earth calculator, and I think it was off by a couple of thousand feet when I'm looking at the horizon from 35,000 feet. Like it's close, but it wasn't exact. But I just use it for marketing purposes because they always like to say, "Where's the 8 inch per mile squared drop?" So that's why I'm kind of sticking with it. And hey, socialist worker drone.
Hey, man.
Welcome to the globe.
I've been here all my life.
Good. At least now, if I decide I want to take a hiatus, I've got a spare mod in here. You hear me, socialist?
Yeah, I hear you.
But Neil deGrasse Tyson says we can't see the curvature.
You're loud and clear in Nevada. No one cherry pick what he said and give us the entire quote and the circumstances in which he was speaking.
Hey, G Little.
Yes, sir.
I'm not familiar with that loud and clear in Nevada quote.
You're not familiar with loud and clear?
Oh, I thought that was maybe from a radio show.
Actually, it's part of the radio lingo.
How's the weather in Nevada?
Colder than heck.
Yeah, that the whole country's been cold, eh?
It was only 11 below Celsius this morning, so it wasn't that bad.
It's kind of in the middle from the Rockies out to Toronto, I think.
We had a low of 25. Right now it's 41.
What's that in Celsius? So I understand it.
Have no clue whatsoever.
Sounds like good communication.
Gary really wants in, guys.
Make his mind up. He said he wanted to go in next server.
I see he keeps hopping from a green room into the main chat and then back to the green room.
Go back to the green room, so he wants to go by his text.
What's Gary's deal? What kind of a flat earther is he?
What I really got to do is a duel so that I can be in both rooms at the same time.
That's an option.
I got 3 accounts, so yeah, it's an option.
Oh, yeah, smart.
I just one in each room.
That's smart. I'm gonna need more accounts for maximum ball smacking. So G little, any evidence of earth curvature in Nevada?
Oh, yeah.
Good.
Just tell me why I can't receive the WAR 6,000 feet over Bakersfield from Sacramento.
You nailed it. That's the OR signal is definitely blocked by the ground.
Certainly is.
Yep.
It's why radio systems work.
Same with VHF voice comms, right? Sometimes we fly out of range of the repeater we're tuned into, and then they come looking for us on guard. Hey, come up in such and such frequency. Do you do a fair bit of flying?
Mostly back in the 70s, up into the early 80s. I was puttering around the skies of Southern California in a Cessna 150 or a Cherokee 180.
That's good. That was probably the heyday of general aviation, right? When it was still more accessible and stuff.
I wouldn't call it a heyday. I know it was expensive, and that's why I got out of it. Wet rates were getting to be too much.
Yeah, and I think it's probably gotten even worse to this day.
I would imagine so.
Yeah.
Those
What
two
was
emojis I put in the text channel go good together.
Yes, yes. We're having a barbecue. That's very good. God, just keep an eye on the text. Gary is chatting away there. You know, when I was in aviation college, I thought celestial navigation's hard, right? Because it just seems confusing how you can find your location on a globe with reference to stars or the sun. But the principle of it, the baseline of it, is very straightforward. Yeah, some of the math might be a little bit complicated, but the baseline is super simple, which is the sunlight is a constant, parallel rays of light. Everybody on the planet sees the same sunlight from the same direction. It's only the ground which is tilted. So when we measure the difference in the zenith angle of the sun, that's the ground tilting away.
I'm just waiting for the rotisserie chicken to cook. Get it?
You cook him up a little bit. I like it. Season him a little bit before you let him in.
Yeah.
I think something else impossible on flat Earth is nighttime. I mean, where does the sun go? Why can we not see it? Must be on every side of the globe. If you can see the horizon, then you're on a ball. The moon has a horizon. It's a ball. except for research flat moon. That's totally a thing. Earth has a horizon. Must be a ball. GPS, Global Positioning System. It's right in the name, global.
But that's from cell towers.
That's a good point. It is from cell towers. That's just
The problem is here in Nevada, all of our dish antennas are pointing roughly 45 degrees into the air.
and I bet you roughly around 45 degrees latitude too, right?
I think we're fairly close to that. I'd have to look it up.
Here, let me look up Las Vegas, Nevada. Las Vegas, Nevada is about 36 degrees latitude.
I'm in Mesquite.
Hey,
Hey, what?
not you. She doesn't want. Hello. Can't say I didn't try to get you in here. You don't seem to want to stay in here, so you can't say that, and it'll be visible on YouTube that I tried to bring you in.
Well, afternoon, guys. How's things going?
It looks like Gary's scared to come in here. I brought him in a couple times, and he jumps back in the green room.
Well, they'll bring him back in again.
I'll try again.
No, don't bring him back in again. He's got a room. He can go down to the floor fun house.
If he wants to listen, he can come in and listen.
Well, he can listen on YouTube as well.
Yeah.
He's a flurf, and quite frankly, is he going to contribute anything to the conversation? You can go up and talk to him and see if he has anything he wants to contribute. If not, I don't see any reason to bring him in. If you think he'll spice up the conversation, but quite frankly, I've never seen him add anything to a conversation.
I was trying to be all inclusive to people.
I'm not.
He wants to tell us about weak frequency bands, which is why radio systems work.
Well, I mean, if you want to go up and chat with him for a couple of minutes up in the green room and see if he's got anything to contribute, you're more than welcome to bring him in. I'm not saying he can't come in. I'm just saying I don't see a reason to bring him in unless he can justify that to me or somebody else. This isn't a gladiator server where we're going to sit down and argue with idiots,
It was just funny, Bob, because he's telling in chat in YouTube that we don't, we're too scared of him.
He can go down to the floor funhouse all he wants. Doesn't necessarily need to go out on the air.
Yeah.
If you want to bring him in, you're more than welcome to. And how you doing, Bjorn?
I'm having a terrible cold. I'm just sitting here listening in.
All right. Everything working out okay for you?
Everything working out fine.
Yeah. My son was positive, and he probably had Omicron. He was sicker than snot for a day or two and then started getting better, so that's good.
It can be heavy for a day or two. It's
Yeah.
but it's better than Delta, seems like.
Yep. I just had some asshole sitting here trying to squeeze me into a merge lane.
They did that to me one time when I was driving the big truck and it didn't work for him because I couldn't exactly move.
Yep.
And he came up past me, tried to tried to brake check me to get me to slam on my brakes, right? So he could
Yeah.
get in. I didn't respond because I would have caused a brake check to the vehicle behind me. So when he brake checked me, I ended up rear-ending him and sent him into the oncoming. Not on purpose, but I had nowhere to go.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Traffic in front of me, traffic to the behind me, and of course, barrier on the other side of me. I was going
Yeah.
nowhere.
I rarely do
I have
that.
to miss his turnoff.
Well, I rarely do that. Every now and then I find a true jerk out here that I mess with a little bit. I had some truck once that decided it was funny to get in the passing lane and do 45 miles an hour next to the truck in the right lane. I guess they were having a good laugh. That wasn't until I got ahead of them and slowed down to 30 and wouldn't let them pass me for 10 miles, and then I went ahead and sped up again. I didn't brake check them. I just didn't react to them trying to get me to go faster. That made me feel good that one night.
Yeah.
You know, the road isn't there for your damn convenience. If you're going to pass somebody, you know, pass them. You don't go 10 miles an hour under the speed limit and just sit right next to them and chat with them on the CB, you know? I wasn't being a dick to him or anything. I wasn't tailgating him. I wasn't doing anything. But when I finally got past him, I just decided I was going to do a little Sunday driving. Put my hat back on the back of my head and put one arm on the steering wheel and just kind of cruised along for a nice sightseeing drive for a few minutes.
Was he mad?
Oh yeah. Let's go see what old Gary wants. I'll give him a minute of my time.
I spoke to him already a little bit, and he claimed he didn't jump out of the channel every time you pulled him in. So I said, "All right."
Did I
left
check?
him.
All right. Well, if he wants to come down and contribute to the conversation and behave himself, there are 6 rules to the server. They're very clearly listed. And any of you guys that are mods can go ahead and bring them in or pull them out anytime you want. It's a free internet. But if he can't figure out how to avoid getting bounced out of the chat on his own without any help, I think that's probably a bad sign.
Well, it's your server, Bob. You do what you want.
And what I want is, you know, look, if he wants to come in and contribute, and he's more than welcome to. If he violates the rules, it's up to you guys if you want to have him continue to do that. I'm getting ready to go to work. Y'all can do whatever you want. I'm fine with it. Just follow the rules. Be decent to people.
Well, yeah. I like my name showing up in black text.
Yep.
It that way.
All I know is that I've got to go to work now, and I'm probably not going to interact with them. But, you know, if you guys want to have a chat with them, you're more than, you know, that's perfectly fine with that.
You go to work, Bob, and make some money and save the world one at a time.
That's kind of what I do.
Yeah.
That's my job. I'm an hour late, which is pissing me off because my car wouldn't start this morning. I had a battery issue. But hopefully nobody's too pissed off at me.
Well, we had 15 below zero here, and the fan in the car broke, so I didn't have a heater. That was fun.
Yeah, I bet it was.
Yeah.
That could be a
Don't-
significant problem, unfortunately.
Not necessarily. Usually it's just a resistor that causes the fan not to run.
It's a significant problem because it's 15 below.
Yeah, and you breathe in the car, and the that turns into ice on your window. It's
Yep.
no fun.
Well, may I suggest a winter jacket?
Or two, and then one of those cool cable knit sweaters.
Yeah,
No, I could knit you up a wool sweater out of insulated copper wire and put a plug on the two ends.
I think it's not the cold that's the problem. It's the not being able to see out your.
Yeah, but think of what I just said. I could knit you up a wool sweater, but I'll knit it out of copper wire, and then I'll put a plug on the two ends.
Yeah.
So when you
Yeah,
plug it in, it puts current through the wire and warms wire up.
Yeah, we'll get hot.
It's not
And very
warm enough to get
uncomfortable.
220. I actually made myself a heated sweater. I was running the chipper. I had a heated sweater on. The old excavator had no heat in the cab. I had an electrically heated sweater in the excavator. Basically, I fastened a couple of those heated pads. You know, those electric heated pads. I fastened a couple of them inside a sweater.
Oh, I thoroughly enjoy not having to wear long handles anymore.
What?
I said I thoroughly enjoy not having to wear long handles anymore.
Long handle.
Underwear, you know, the long-legged, long-armed underwear. Long handles. Where you from, kid?
Not where you're from.
Nor the age that I'm from. That's what we called them when I was a kid.
Well, I'm from Norway. I learned something new now, so I'm gonna start calling them long handles from now.
There you go.
I tried. The message Gary wants in. I brought him in. He jumped right back up.
There's something wrong.
He should be able to get in here and talk if I bring him in.
Yeah.
She's all
Oh,
your
I
upper
I
wall.
fixed it.
What'd you do?
Used my godly powers.
Server settings?
No,
Permissions?
I just moved him.
Ew. Or Funhouse? No, nobody's down there. Buster ran away. I've given up on him.
Did he move out again?
He's back in 24/7.
Well, then he moved out again himself because no one moved him, I think.
Yeah.
I don't think he felt like talking to us. We can try again and see what happens.
Oh, he's just gonna drop back. I'm done with it. I played
Let's
around
see.
enough.
No. That's him.
I gave
So-
up on
Well, if he doesn't want to So that's okay. He can be there all day. I'm gonna go back to my YouTube video and monitor chat.
Oh.
Is there a shit show in the other channel there?
Not really. They're just trying to figure out why you can't stay in the live room.
That time I watched the sequence of commands, he clicked it. He exited on his own.
Oh, he exited on his own because he
Yeah,
was in here for a good 30 seconds before he
yeah,
left
if it
again.
was a bot, it would be instantaneous.
Okay.
So I see there's 14 people listening in. It's not us kicking him. He's jumping out all by himself, probably because he just doesn't want to talk to us in here where it's streamed.
No, I
That's
think he
the-
needs unmuting.
He needs.
That's why he's gone back to the other room. I think he needs unmuting. In here by mod.
Well, he's not muted. He needs to be unmuted. He is the one leaving.
Yeah, I will ask him. He's in the other room.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, Bjorn, I'm in. I'm in with my laptop.
Yeah, I moved him in here and he left again. So
Who? Wybenga?
yeah, so
Well, he's a. Dr. Bob's afraid of Gary Wybenga.
yeah, sure.
Like, yeah, sure. He posted that in the.
Yeah, I
PC.
saw that.
Yeah.
I think I answered him.
Yeah. Tell him to go fuck himself.
Language, Joe. Language.
You know what I have to say, Bjorn? Fuck, 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 fuck. That's what I'm all about.
Yeah. On the air, Joe. On the air.
Oh, I'm sorry. All right. Well, my bad. Gary Wybenga's a wonderful, wonderful guy.
Yeah, he's
God bless him.
a gem.
He's a
Jewel.
gem.
Yeah.
A true gem. But thinks the earth is flat.
Yes.
I guess I imagine stuff when I travel all over the world. I must, maybe I didn't go anywhere. Maybe I'm hallucinating in my sleep for weeks or months at a time, Bjorn. Maybe you can help me with that.
I think that is true, Joe. I think that is exactly how it is. You fall into coma and everyone around you just play. When you wake up and say, I was in Antarctica. Yeah, Joe. Let's get just polite with you.
Yeah, that's it. I think you solved it, Bjorn. God bless you.
Thank you. Joe Pesci will bless me.
Yes, he
Sure
will.
of it.
He could. Lord knows you need it.
Yeah, I'm having a terrible cold here, so I need all the blessings I can get.
Yeah, I went outside. This dry air in here is killing me. And went outside for a little while. It's 30 degrees. Freedom units, not that communist.
Yeah, I know.
Over there.
Proper units.
Proper unit. Yeah. Okay. And I needed a bib with my sinuses draining.
Good information. Oh God.
Well, some kind of entertain the people. These poor guys that are listening on YouTube.
Well, they've been sitting here listening to dead air for the last
So might as well.
hour.
Yeah, might as well. I mean, I could sit here and say "Go Eagles," but oh, there's somebody jumped in. Well, I see Gary Wybenga's left. What's going on there? I came in here to moderate, and he's gone.
Yeah.
Did you chase him? Blood's thicker than whatever your name is.
No, mate.
Did you chase him away?
No, I did not. I blame me.
Because I know the socialist worker drone brought him in here, and he went back into the green room. What's he want Bob in here?
I thought he had problems getting off of mute in this room, but I don't know.
He was off mute for about 30 seconds in here earlier.
Oh,
I pulled
okay.
him in, and then he left again.
Oh, okay.
So I after that I didn't want to deal with it anymore.
Well, looks like I'm in here for nothing, Bjorn.
You did all that work for nothing, Joe.
Yeah.
That's what happened. That's what happened.
Hey, so guess what? This what arrived today, Bjorn.
What arrived today, Joe?
A cat water fountain. That'll really get the YouTube guys all interested.
You should send one to Dr. Bob so he can make a video about it. I think he has a cat channel, doesn't he?
Yeah, well, this cat we have, the son decided he wants to drink out of a fountain.
He decided, or someone decided for him?
No, he did. He would come down. He would sit by the. He'd jump up on the counter by the kitchen sink, by the faucet, and he wanted to, turn on the faucet. I want to drink out of the faucet instead of my bowl. I'm like, so I humored him for a couple days. drip, drip, drip. And we were talking to a friend of mine, my wife and I, and they have they sent us a picture of this cat fountain they have. So it's like this little thing in a bowl, and it pushes water up through a couple holes. And apparently, animals, I guess, because when you're out in nature, water that moves is safer than water that pools.
You have a cat of culture. That's what
Yeah.
it is.
Well, that's he can't help himself. Everything that comes into this house all of a sudden becomes cultured. I
Yeah,
don't
you
know.
know.
I don't know what it is. I mean, even you, Bjorn, I'll culture you up to it.
Oh, that's a challenge. The next thing you know, he wants to have his food served in cocktail glasses and his water served in champagne glasses.
He's going to want champagne too, probably.
Yeah,
But,
like the bubbles.
Yeah, he likes the way they tickle his nose, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But $100 later, today comes the today came the cat fountain. He came down, he looked at it and went back up on the kitchen counter, and I said to him, no. And I pointed towards to the fountain. And he jumped off the counter onto the kitchen table, and then down to the fountain, and he's been drinking out of it. So
excellent.
Yeah, Judy was telling me. I told her this morning, and she said that your cat's spoiled. And
yeah,
I said, well, I wasn't the one spoiling him. There's somebody else in here that's spoiling him.
Who are you trying to blame?
Nobody. I'm just, I'm not trying to blame anybody. I'm just pointing out reality.
Yeah.
Like the globe, like the Earth is a globe. Just pointing out reality.
Well,
is there anything new going on in the flat Earth that we should know about? Because I haven't been paying attention.
You know me, I don't pay attention either.
Well, you
never.
Bjorn, come on.
Oh, I sat there and listened to Gary. What's his face? Oh well.
Yeah, Waibenga.
Yeah, that's the guy. Explanation in the other room, and I was just so glad when he left because that was terrible. Oh God. I need to find this video that he made so I can laugh at it.
Oh,
Rubber Band Man.
Hey, that was a song by what was it, the Spinners?
I'm not sure, Joe. That's before my time.
Rubber Band Man, back in the 80s. I've got that on an LP upstairs somewhere.
I think I have to. What was the name of it?
Rubber Band Man. I think it's the Spinners. I'm sure if there's any. No, there's apparently 10 people watching in YouTube.
Yeah, it's the Spinners.
Yeah, it's a classic song.
Oh.
Pirate Man says I can hardly hear anything. Is it only me? Can you hear me, Bjorn? I'm not using my.
I can hear you.
I'm not using the iPad. I'm using a more sophisticated
piece of technology.
10-year-old MacBook Air.
No, I can hear you fine.
Well, maybe Dr. Bob's laptop's having some problems. I don't know.
Let me just go to YouTube.
Can you hear us now, Pirate Man?
Let's have a look here. It is a little bit low. You're a little bit low, Joe. You have to talk with more force, I think.
More verve, vim, and vigor.
Yes.
How's that? Is that better?
Oh, that's good. That's good, Joe. Well, that's a funky piece of music there, Joe.
Yeah, that was a great novelty song.
was ripping up the dance floors to that thing.
Yeah, my dad's band used to play that years ago when he was around. You know, at the dance clubs.
Yeah.
You know, got the dun 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 dun. You know, beat. It's you know, it's got a good beat. You could dance to it. I'll give it an 85. Oh, I forgot. You're in Norway. You probably don't know about American Bandstand.
No, I'm a socialist. We don't do stuff like that.
Well, you should Google it.
American Bandstand.
Yeah, Dick Clark and American Bandstand.
American Bandstand.
Yeah, it started in Philadelphia. You know, the greatest city in the world. In the 50s, it was a local.
Oh, I think I've seen this.
Yeah, it was a local TV show, and Dick Clark used to play the new and popular songs of the day, and people would dance. It was like at 4:00 in the afternoon, whenever the kids got off of school, and they would go down to the old WFIL studios at 45th and Market, and they became famous.
Hello, Judy, by the way.
Yeah, Judy.
Hello.
And they became famous, and I think in '60, it was picked up all around the country. And I think in '64 or '65, he moved the whole thing to Los Angeles. And then it was on. I forget when it was on. It was on Saturday afternoons. I don't remember, but it was on every day in Philly. On Channel 6.
Did you rip up the dance floor and break hearts to the Rubber Band Man in the 80s, Judy?
No.
You didn't? I was too young.
No. Somehow I knew the answer to that would be no. Something told me. Maybe I'm Nostradamus, but something told me it was going to be no.
Yeah, I was just a tiny lad. So
yeah, you were just a gleam in your papa's eye.
Oh no, in the 80s I was born.
Oh, were you? Okay.
Yeah, I was born in '79, man.
Okay. Wow, you're just a youngin', Bjorn.
I know. Just a kid.
Yeah, you're just wet behind the ears. You're a babe in Toyland.
I've just had a shower. How did you know? That Nostradamus thing, that must be true, Joe.
Yeah, well, Nostradamus predicted what 400 or 500 years ago that I would be on the interwebs with some guy from Norway.
He did?
On Dr. Bob's channel. Yeah, it's in there somewhere. I think it's in. I think he got it out of the Dead Sea Scrolls. I think it's in the Dead Sea Scrolls too. I could be mistaken.
I believe that he just woke up this morning and thought, I'm going to write some more bullshit. That's what I think. Some fun.
Yeah.
Sat down, he wrote some, and he was like laughing, no one's going to believe this. There's going to be a war.
Yeah, with a bear.
It's going to be a war.
Yeah. No. Yeah. So apparently, my pulling the MacBook towards me, sitting in my on my lap, has improved the sound according to Pirate Man.
That's good, Pirate Man. Now we can hear all our bullshit.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's grade A nuclear BS.
Yeah.
Except for pearls of wisdom that come from Judy Bassett.
Yeah. Judy will always have a word or two of wisdom for us.
And she'll set us straight when we go astray, right, Judy?
Yeah, wisdom.
Yeah, that's it.
If you didn't answer there, I would say that silence is gold. I don't know if you have that saying in America, but I heard it when I was little. Silence is gold.
Well, in America, we say silence is golden.
Yeah, it's just another way of saying shut up.
Yeah, it's like children should be seen but not heard.
Yep. That's
That's one of my that's one of the favorites from my childhood. Joseph, do you know that children should be seen and not heard? Yes, Mom. Sorry, my bad.
yep.
That's probably why we're on Discord, Bjorn.
Yeah, we have so much things to say that we didn't get to say in our childhood.
Well,
That's what I'm saying.
we were traumatized as children.
Yeah. Oh God.
In my case, it was by the nuns.
Oh God, Joe. I wish I could be traumatized by the nuns.
I escaped the trauma of the priest. It was the nuns that got me.
Here we go.
Oh, hey, the Catman's in.
Hey, Bob.
I'm sorry, Dr. Bob, but we've been running your stream off the rails.
Oh, we can't hear you if you try to say anything. Oh, sorry.
So, Judy, were you properly scared by Little Bear?
Yeah, I knew it was bad news when Socialist and Judy and Joe were all there.
Well, I came in because there was a bunch of guys in the green room, including Gary Wybenga, and supposedly he wanted to come into the live chat because I don't know. He claims that you're afraid of him, Dr. Bob. If you look in the VC text, so I got my iPad, I got my MacBook out, my old MacBook. So I said, all right, I'll moderate it. And by the time I get in there, he's gone, and everybody else is gone. Just Judy, just Bjorn and me, and Blood's thicker. And then we lost control of ourselves. I said the F word, and
Again.
well, that's that Catholic school education, Dr. Bob.
Yeah.
As I was explaining to Bjorn that I was traumatized by the nuns, so I have an excuse. So I watched as much of that quote unquote debate as I could handle last night, Dr. Bob.
I don't think you did a bad job.
Yeah, but he just spews out nonsense.
Yep.
And so much of it that you can't address it all. Yeah, it's like, how about, okay, we'll address each topic as you talk about it, Then apparently CJ, what's his name? CJCG, whatever, custom.
Yeah.
Got into it with Dick Dawson near the end when I came back in. And
what were they bitching about?
He left the stream. He
All right.
off at Dick Dawson.
Well, I didn't know anything about that because I kind of pulled out there about 2.5 hours into it. I had some other things that I had to do. I was getting some videos ready for today and so on and so forth.
Yeah, I was busy watching the Packers beat the Vikings to secure a playoff berth for the Eagles. So.
All right. That sounds kind of.
I love you to death, Dr. Bob, but the Eagles come before you and PJ CNET.
Oh, that's fine.
Oh.
So I was watching that instead. So I came back in when it was the Packers were blowing them out, and you were gone, and they were taking questions for pajama pants, and that's when the crap hit the fan with whatever his name is, the guy from England, CJ Custom, whatever. Because he was asking PJ CNET what his biggest fear was, and it was just as I thought it was going to be. It's the great replacement. They're trying to depopulate the world.
Yep.
It's like Tartary all over again. And
Well, I basically told him outright, I'm not dealing with your conspiracy theories. If you don't have data that you can show me, I have data. If you don't, well, that was on you. You had 2 weeks worth of notice. I don't care about your demon seed doctor.
oh boy, did he bring
or
that up?
whatever.
Did
Yeah,
he bring
I
up
did.
the DMC doctor?
Not her, but some other doc that apparently's got some point of view that is out in left field. And I said, look, I really don't care unless you've got peer-reviewed data to back it up. I'm not interested in your claim. I won't address it.
Good for you, Bob.
Well,
Yeah,
that demon seed doctor is, boy, she's
I
yeah,
have,
she's at the White House.
can someone explain this to me? What this demon seed doctor is?
well, there's a group called what's it called? Frontline Doctors.
Something like that.
Yeah, something like that. And they're anti-vax doctors, and she's this woman doctor from somewhere down in the Caribbean somewhere, who's practicing in the United States, and she claims that demons, we have sex with demons when we're sleeping, and the demons are
Sorry?
changing our DNA.
Fuck, sounds like fun. Sign me up.
And then these vaccines are, they're changing your DNA. They're morphing you into some sort of hybrid. I don't know. Taking over, the demons are taking over the world. Something as crazy as that.
What?
Just Google it, Bjorn.
Can you prove they're not?
Just Google.
I don't need to.
Demon seed doctor.
You haven't established it there yet for me to disprove.
I can make up shit too. It's not upon you to disprove my bullshit. That is the most insane thing I've ever heard, and I've heard a lot of stuff in here. Holy shit! Sex with demons?
Yeah, that's.
We're opening your eyes to an entire new world, Bjorn.
Yeah,
outside the warrior monks, in their world.
Oh god!
Expand your mind, Bjorn.
Well, this just shows that even well-educated people can be idiots too.
I'm trying to figure out how she got her MD degree. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Did they give a course in medical school about demon-human sexual interaction? That I kind of missed that when I was in school. But
Well, I can neither confirm nor deny.
Oh god! I thought I hit the bottom of the barrels months ago. But
I gotta say one thing though: if you're gonna have sex with a demon, you want to make sure at least that the glove is made of asbestos, because they're gonna be some hot stuff.
I
don't want it to burn off.
Yeah, I think I lost vision in my left eye again. That's a long time since I had that. I think I'm having a stroke here. Holy! I need to go and get some coffee. You guys talk about demon sex while I'm gone.
Well, there's a lot of jokes. There's a lot of jokes that I could come up with there, but I'm gonna keep Dr. Bob's stream monetized.
That is the dumbest thing I've heard in a long time.
You honestly think I make money off of this stream?
Well, maybe
I just need it for the hours. Yeah, just a nice place to all get together and not deal with the damn idiots,
Yeah.
Speaking of idiots, is Gary still around or did he leave?
No, he left.
Okay.
Guess
he's scared of us.
Yeah, by the time I got my iPad open, Bjorn brought him into the live chat. By the time my iPad was ready to go, he was gone. So, I don't know what to say.
He literally was jumping out. You could tell.
Well, he's like, I don't know. He claims Dr. Bob's afraid of him.
Well, tell him to come in here.
A few of us get in here, then he disappears. I was going to moderate, and he wanted to chat, and he said, "I want to chat in the live chat." I said, "Okay, I'll be back with my computer so I can moderate it." And Bjorn brought them in here, and when I come back in, they're all gone except Bjorn. So
Who came in with him?
I think Blood Sticker was up there.
Yep.
And I'm trying to think who else. It was like, I think there were 2 other guys or 3 guys besides Gary Whitebenga.
Yeah, but he's here now. Blood Sticker is here now.
Yeah, but he's not listening. He's not. He's got his mic. He's had his mic off. Oh, there he is.
Hello.
Who else was in there with you?
He opens up just to prove you wrong that he was listening.
Yeah.
But now he's muted again.
Yeah. Well, there was 3 or 4 people total in there. So
Yeah, sorry for muting. It's quite noisy where I am, so I try not to interrupt too much to keep it on mute.
yeah, but who else was in that room with you, Bloods?
Oh, I can't remember. Gary, Joe. Honestly, can't remember who else.
Okay. All right. Well, maybe they'll come back. We got John Rapp in the live chat. He would have joined in. I mean, everybody loves John Rapp.
FE was in here for a very long time. FE Pilot.
Oh, that's it. FE Pilot. That was the other guy that was in there.
Bob knows him.
Yeah, he's a pilot. We pilots know every other pilot in the world.
Small club.
Yeah, there's only about 8 of us.
That know the real truth of the globe.
How's the airline numbers doing? Anyways, has it spiked down a lot or getting back up normal?
They canceled thousands of them over the holidays.
My son's flight back to California left on time yesterday, so he's safely back into La La Land.
Where's that?
La La Land, L.A. Or as he calls it, summer. He's been living out there 2 years, and his blood thinned out so quickly that he can't handle a 40-degree day. I'm out there with shorts and a t-shirt. He's freezing his butt off.
I see.
Oh, I googled the American frontline doctors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's quite a gaggle of crazy.
You mean the fact that I think the Earth is round?
No, the America's frontline doctors.
Well, they have a merch store. I mean,
of course. You going to get a T-shirt or a coffee cup or what, Bjorn?
No.
He's gonna get himself a shirt that says, "Here, take a flyer."
I wish I could share this because this is the most American shit I've ever seen. There's an eagle, there's a flag, and there's a donate button. What freedom's worth to you? Holy shit. It gets better. Benjamin Franklin has a quote underneath it where he sits there and writes the Constitution. Oh god, this is so good. And it's called medical apartheid. Excellent.
Yeah.
And for
Yeah.
only $29.95, get it here, get it while it's hot.
That's another group of people you can drop from a plane over the Atlantic with a brick fastened to the leg. That is interesting.
Hello, this is technical department. How may we help you?
We're going to have another philosophy discussion Wednesday at 11 o'clock, by the way.
Thanks
Oh
for the
yeah,
warning.
with Bebby.
Yeah, he's going to actually go over Bev's actual logical argument for the flat Earth, which he says is even worse than the example that he put out. Should be laughs for everybody.
Well, Dr. Bob, that's why you're this. That's why you're the celebrity that you are, providing us with
People that are smarter than me. I always look for people that are smarter than me.
I can always find people that are smarter than me.
That's why you guys are here, and that's why I like to bring in folks like that. I'm very glad that he came and gave us some nice intellectual information, you know?
I feel like I have to leave now. People in chat writing. That's interesting. But this is a question for Dr. Bob if he's still here. How can you be a doctor and have a web page that clearly advise people to do stuff that is extremely dangerous for their health?
Matter of getting them reported to the board and having the board do something about it. It's kind of, how can you be an engineer and be Brian Mullen?
Yeah, but I'm thinking,
how can a structural engineer not believe in gravity or not be able to work with gravity?
I don't know, but I wouldn't live in his building, and I wouldn't want to go to a doctor that believed the kind of stuff these people believe.
I agree with you, and fortunately, this is a free country, and we don't have to.
Yeah.
Well, time to make the donuts, guys. Got to go. I'll be back.
Bob is now going out into his car and making donuts outside on the parking lot. That's the picture I have in my head, at least.
No, the manifold. He's making smoke. He's making smoke rings. Get it? Donuts.
Good evening, good people.
Hello.
And you use that term loosely, right?
No. I'm just, guessing that most of you are good.
Hi, how you doing?
Do you know how creepy that is when you do that?
Sorry, do what?
Speak like that?
Why do you say that?
I'm not going to take it on air because it's not going to be good for YouTube, but we'll talk about it later.
Everyone just gets things about weird voices.
But it's just one of them things that some fellows just don't understand different voices.
I think I missed
But,
something.
So what are people up to in the big wide world?
How about being dragged into a conversation with a young Earth creationist, evolution denying, flat Earth, moon hoax believer?
Oh, did you get to
But
talk to
actually,
physicists?
at the supermarket in the car park.
Oh, you didn't get to talk to physicists. Okay.
In the soup? How did he walk around with a sign saying "debate me"? What? How did you get into that conversation at the supermarket?
He was talking to somebody I knew.
Ah, that's why. In Norway, we don't talk to strangers. We ignore them. I guess you live somewhere else.
Yeah. I talk to lots of people and get all sorts of interesting stories, and
And in
meet lots of
Texas,
nice
they
people this way. And occasionally you get fluff.
Yeah. And in Texas, they know better than to just run up to random people's doors.
Anyway, he's praying for me.
Well, that's good. Me and Joe, we prayed to Joe Pesci. What god does he subscribe to?
What the one who's praying for me?
Yes.
The god Yahweh, I guess.
Oh, that's good. That's
well,
good.
Joe Pesci always delivers. I can't say the same thing for Yahweh.
Yeah, Joe Pesci is good at that way.
And and we know Joe Pesci is real.
Yeah.
So we have.
And we know that Joe Pesci will not go through the drive-through.
And he always gets the job done.
Yes, he does.
Yeah.
Joe Pesci's a man.
Oh, this guy, it was just incredible. He went straight to the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. We're doing 66,000 this, and like the angle works out as 66 degrees, and then all these other stars. Why aren't they flying across the sky? And the whole thing.
So your point is?
It was time to educate. So
yeah.
I just picked his points apart, and then he ran away. There's another thing they're saying, that it's bad to be educated. It's a bad thing if you know too much. So I kind of said, well, what happens if you get ill or a member of your family gets ill? Do you want some person with no education to treat them? Do you want somebody? I mean, what equipment are they going to use? Wasn't that made by engineers with education?
Well, it's a long time since I heard. I've heard it a few times that it's bad to be educated or learned, or there's one book and it's a good book. I hear that from, or have heard that from some people over the years, but I have never heard it in Norway, Sweden, which I've spent significant amount of time. So I don't know if this is something that goes on in certain countries. But
well, that's been a feature of the over the years of the Catholic Church, and even before then.
But that's hilarious because it was a Catholic priest that discovered the Big Bang.
Oh, I know.
and he also wanted to make it doctrine.
But
the Pope at the time wanted.
Religious people have a tendency to, not all, obviously, but especially evangelicals have a tendency to believe that if you're learning things about science and everything, it takes you away from God. You're like, and I've had this debate or talks with several people like that. And it's like, okay, well, maybe God, if there's a God, maybe God created all this stuff and wants us to figure it out.
The thing that it makes me say is, hang on, I'll reform that in my head in a second. Hang on. someone else go ahead.
Well, when it comes to the Catholic Church, I guess Norway is Lutheran, so that's the reason for that, I guess.
Oh yeah. What I say to them is, you don't get permission to be selective about what science you accept. It's either all of it or none of it.
Well, you can be selective, but you should have a good reason for it. At least have a good argument for why you would want to select away certain parts of science.
But they never have a good reason.
No, I didn't say that the science will be wrong just because you don't believe in it, but I don't think that anything should be taken just blindly. That if you think through it and you disagree with something, there are part of science that is nasty. But I don't think you can disagree with the result.
Sorry, what do you mean there are parts of science that are nasty? I don't understand.
Well, I think that in pursuit of science, we have done nasty things, and we have tried to discover things that is. I don't think it's all bad, because I think that it's the people that apply the science that is actually doing something bad. But I can understand it from a morals, point of view, that someone would reject certain parts of science.
Besides which, any portion of science is falsifiable.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm not saying that the science is wrong. I can understand that some people would want to disregard certain parts of science and have a good argument for it.
And that's where young Earth creationists have a tendency to stumble, because that is not falsifiable.
Yeah. But I'm not arguing that, science is wrong. Just so we get that clear.
Has anyone had the pleasure of watching Night at the Creationist Museum by Mr. Is it Hovind, the other one?
I watched the dinosaur.
Gutsick Gibbon, yeah, the takedown.
Oh no, I haven't seen that.
Well, of course I've watched Gutsick Gibbon. Who wouldn't have? Flat Earthers?
It was quite hilarious. But
I think even a lot of the young Earth creationists watched Gutsick Gibbon. They were just annoyed because they were showing how stupid they were.
There's an endless number of negative comments from atheists. It's yeah. They're so lucky that YouTube took away the downvote count.
I think that is actually bad.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah, it does seem that that's a real kick in the teeth to good creators, yeah?
Well, it's not only that, it takes away feedback.
I think the creator can still see the dislike.
Yeah, but the audience cannot.
Yeah, but I still think it's a bad thing for good creators that bad creators don't show any thumbs downs on their videos.
Exactly.
Well, I can understand it from a certain point of view, since there's kids making content here, but still, I think it's good to be able to, when I go into a video, and if it has a ratio of 2 to 1 in dislikes, I can at least prepare myself or leave.
Yeah, I mean, another thing we could do is if everyone who wants to give a thumbs down just literally puts a thumbs down sticker in as a comment, then people see how many thumbs down stickers there are in the comments.
Yeah, but only the people that care enough will do that. I've made a few videos and I actually appreciate thumbs down. It shows how many flat earthers have been in watching my videos. It's good.
Oh, nice.
And of course, my video quality is absolutely garbage. I make really bad videos. So it also shows me that, I have to improve. So
Yeah. I'm kind of reluctant to make videos because I feel that I'd want someone to review it before I posted it. And that just puts a burden on someone else,
well,
Why would you say that?
I use the
Have you watched
community here.
videos?
Look at you getting here, sneaking around, tail hidden between the legs. Just show the videos. You know. I don't hide when I make a mistake or something. Silence. And no one is talking but me.
Yeah, I watched the takedown of that Fleur from Australia, his thing with the coin on the table. So that was good fun.
Okay.
Please explain coin of the table thingy.
It's one of Bob's recent videos.
Yeah, I haven't seen them because I've been working like 280 hours.
They're actually talking
okay,
about
so
that.
basically it's
They actually talked about that today on
throw
here.
the name out there. Some guy from Australia, somebody from Mitchell from Australia. That's it.
Yeah.
Mitchell from Australia.
Yeah.
And he puts a coin on the table and lowers the camera down so you can't see the coin, and then zooms in, and miraculously you can see the coin.
This
And
proves
Bob
what?
just proves that if you're going to do a stupid video, it's going to get shredded by intelligent people.
Okay, so that's what he was trying to prove. What was he trying to prove in this video? That
things disappear due to angular resolution. Oh my god.
Genius.
Yeah, or lack thereof.
That's it's a little bit mind-boggling that other people that watch these videos actually fall for that.
Oh yeah.
How many views did this video that he made have?
I could go and check.
This is when the dislike
Dr.
button
Bob's
is really
video
good.
or the other person?
The other person's video. Because this is when the dislike button really comes in handy, because you can kind of gauge how many people watched that video and went, this is absolutely bullshit. You get everything sorted out with that little paper problem that you had, Judy?
Yes, I checked today, as a matter of fact, and it was updated correctly.
Excellent. Congratulations. That is good to hear.
So I sent an email to an address I was given, never heard back from them, but apparently they did it.
Well, that's excellent. That's all that matters, isn't it? The important part.
Yep. I did a home COVID test today.
Has your home got COVID?
Well, okay, I did a COVID test at home today.
Sorry, I couldn't resist. By the way, and was it negative?
Yes, it was negative.
It's nice that sometimes negative things are good things.
Positive. I saw a paper that was made in South Africa that claimed that after having COVID, the new version, Omicron, you would actually get 4 times, or was it 4.5 times, the resistance towards Delta. And I think it was 14 to get reinfected, if I understood the paper right. Which seems promising. So I'm actually hoping to get the Omicron version.
Okay, that's interesting that you hope to get a disease. Nice, okay.
Well, if this is true, it's much more effective than the vaccine, which is, good in a bad way or bad in a good way. I don't know which way you want to. And Omicron seems to have. If I can choose which one I would get Omicron instead of Delta. Put it like that. But I'm in a bit of a different situation because I work with people that have COVID. So I need all the protection that I can get because I don't want Delta. And I do have 3 vaccinations.
By the way, in answer to your question, 47,000 views.
On the video of the coin?
Yep.
Damn, I'm going to have to start making videos about coins with cameras.
Yeah, that's since December the 26th, I think, so.
Oh, okay.
In fact, basically 48,000, near enough.
How many upvotes does it have?
Sorry, how would you know that?
Like, how many likes?
Oh, 160. 160.
160?
Out of 48,000 views, yeah.
That's good. That's 160 idiots out there and a lot of reasonable people.
Oh, yeah, and there are 648 comments, the majority of which are severely negative.
Excellent. That's good to hear.
Okay, how about this? There's one comment, yeah. I think it's great that there is a flat earth community. It means that even Scientologists have someone to laugh at. Well done.
That's good point. Good point.
Let's do some comment reading. This would be quite funny. I will be selective, but not in a good way.
If you find any, good ones, that are pro that are like trying to hype this up, I think those will be hilarious.
There seem to be quite a few flurfers here, so would one of you please tell me where the sun goes at night? Simple enough question.
It goes to bed.
Thanks for very clearly showing the Earth curvature at 7.04, a really good example. This possibly is the best comment here. Okay, ready?
Yes.
I'm a flat earther and I don't like this demonstration.
That's high praise. From one idiot to another idiot. Anyone know when James Webb Telescope is going to start producing pictures that are available to the public?
Yeah, as soon as they're ready.
Well, that is a non-answer to a question. As
Oh,
soon
yeah,
as they're
well,
ready.
well, yeah. I mean, they've got, they're talking about 6 months after launch date, more or less. They're not going to be hiding pictures. They'll do
No,
test
no, no,
images, and obviously they're going through the cool down process at the minute. They have to get it down to a very low temperature for the sensors to to reduce the noise on the images. And the other, I think, day and a half ago, it passed halfway to L2, so that was quite a nice point.
That's why I asked if anyone had keeping up. I'm working too much, so I haven't had time. But I was just wondering if, of course, they're not going to send out picture the first day. They probably have some work to do before that. But
yeah, so the solar shields were extended, and I think the jacking operation completed. The jacking operation, that's kind of a strange name for something that now no longer has an up. So and then I think over the next few days they'll start unfolding the mirrors.
That's cool. Yeah, I watched the stream. There's some streams going up where they talk about it and stuff, but I had too much to do at work to really get any information.
So to fill you in, it is now 876,230 kilometers from Earth.
That's just a stone throw away.
Indeed. With 570,099 kilometers to go.
Another skip and a hop.
So that's 60% of the. Of course, the thing now, because of the way they've done it, it's constantly slowing down because they didn't, the speed they put it on, or the velocity, whatever, was the idea is to make it so it gets the L2 at just exactly the speed you need to get into orbit there. So minimum fuel use and all that stuff. So.
Well, we
But
have
I'm
a
not a
guy
rocket scientist.
here that want to have.
I've got to say the cooldown's going really well. That's down at minus 116 now. So that's really good.
Let's see. Branch.
I got to say, if anything would make me pray, it would be pray for the success of the James Webb Space Telescope.
Let's hope it. You know, we don't get a repeat from the Hubble.
That won't happen because we can't go and fix it.
I know. That's why I say let's hope it's not nearsighted. Join the stream on Discord.
I suspect that they learned a lesson or two with the what happened with the Hubble optics.
There you go.
Joel, I mean, not Joel, Bjorn.
Yeah.
Would you consider 37.6 high enough to count as a fever?
37.6.
Yes.
How did you measure it? Is it one of those remote
With an oral
thingies?
thermometer.
Oh, those are quite 37.6. No, I wouldn't say it was a fever. If you used one of those that you put towards your skin and you beep, you should add half a degree. But there's difference, like when we have people that are sick, it's good to know what kind of temperature they normally run, because people can have a little bit lower temperature than other.
This is about 1 degree higher than what I normally run.
Yeah, then. So 37 degrees is basically the. So I would guess you have a light one. It's not severe. I would take a paracetamol or something.
Take a what?
Like painkiller that has fever reducing properties. Like I don't know what it's called in American or English. It's called paracetamol. It's the agent.
That's what I've been using for some other pain that I've been having, but I've taken very small dosage.
Yeah. Normally 500 milligram of that would clear up any low fever that you have, in my expectation.
I have some that are 125 milligram and 250 milligram.
Yeah, I would take 250 milligrams. That's very low dosage, though.
Yes, they're for children, but that's what I want to take.
Yeah. That doesn't sound like a grown up. This is really a question for Dr. Bob.
I've gone to the optic sometimes and ask for cough medicine for children because that's what I take.
Yeah.
And they say, "How old is the child?" And I say, "It's me."
Are we allowed to discuss medical matters on a live YouTube feed?
I think a light fever is okay. I don't think that is.
And we're not really giving advice.
No.
Cool.
But talking about private matters on the stream is always not advisable, I guess. They say the first 800,000 kilometers is the hardest. Well, I'm sure that you're right. Do you think they're gonna claim that the Space Webb Telescope is CGI too? Is that gonna be the go-to defense? It's all
I'm
made
sure
up.
they will.
Of course.
It's a little bit sad, isn't it? Some of the it's probably the greatest thing that humankind have done. The greatest achievement. And so many people believe it's just BS.
I saw a funny funny picture that someone posted. That was the first picture returned from the James Webb Telescope, and it was a blurry image, and there was writing on the in the picture backwards. It said, "Please remove before launch."
No.
I thought that was pretty funny.
Yeah, that would be funny.
Hey, we can always send a flat earther up to remove the wrapper.
I think that's going to be a one-way trip.
Kill two birds with one stone.
No, we have to set a bunch of rules, right? If we get, if a flat earther wants to go up in a rocket and they want us to fundraise for it, that's fine. But one of the criteria is that at apogee, they get to open the door without wearing a suit.
Here you go.
Case is fake, so that shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, see if they want to step out into the studio of the universe.
Yep. I found the picture. That's hilarious. Remove before flight. I'm really looking forward to see the first pictures from this. That's going to be spectacular.
I sure hope so.
It'll be a picture of a planet with a big banner being thrown across it. Finally. There's another possibility that the James Webb might offer confirmation that we're alone. Because it's probably quite difficult to hide a civilization from an infrared telescope of that nature.
Depends on how far away the next civilization is. And is the civilization come to a point, where we can actually detect it?
Sorry, a technological civilization.
Yeah.
You don't think that they're already here? Next Pro?
What you mean visited the Earth?
Visited or visiting?
It's extraordinarily unlikely.
Let's put it like this: if I was out there, a super evolved being, and I went past the Earth, let's say under the Cold War, I would say, it's a bad neighborhood. I don't want to go there. There's no reason to go there. Maybe I put up like a hidden satellite or something that could just monitor these crazies. That's I don't know. I don't feel that we are worthy attention, Joe. Even if that was if they managed to get here.
We probably wouldn't be worth the attention until we detonated the nuclear bomb. Then that probably, if there were actually aliens out there, that would get their attention.
Yeah, but we're so far away. I don't think they feel like.
Well, maybe a nuclear explosion like that can cause a ripple in the space-time continuum. We don't really know. It's possible. That would be detected anywhere in the galaxy or the universe.
I think we're an insignificant speck in the universe compared to the grand scheme of things. And I don't think that any aliens have been to Earth either, to be honest.
Are you trying to suggest that they didn't build the pyramids?
I'm not suggesting it. I'm pretty damn sure, to be honest.
So your hypothesis is that the aliens did not build the pyramids?
Yeah, that's right.
Do you have any supporting evidence?
No, not really. Except, we are. You got me there. I don't know what to say now. Banging argument there.
You're finding it tough to prove a negative, aren't you?
That's what I'm saying. You got me.
Oh gosh, John Rapp is an alien.
Yep.
Yeah, from Australia.
And clearly an FTFE fan. Just say you are, if you are, John Rapp.
I do believe that.
He's always giving them super chats, and he gives the shills enough money.
I do believe that there's this flying teapot argument.
I have never heard the flying teapot argument, Bjorn.
You haven't?
Now, what's the flying teapot argument?
Russell's teapot.
You're gonna have to explain that one to me, Bjorn.
Well,
I'm an American. I'm dumb, so explain it to my level.
Basically, he talked about the flying teapot that's out there, and you can make the argument there is one, and it's extremely hard for anyone to disprove it. But
okay.
Basically, it's floating out in space there around Earth. So it's an unfalsifiable claim. So the burden of proof is on the other person that says that the pyramid is built by aliens.
Yep.
Yep. Even though we know damn well how they built the damn thing.
Yeah.
Mostly not very well.
Well, I would say that they did pretty good.
Yeah, some of them are, when we have evidence, we have examples of their failures.
Yeah. No. What I mean by that is the large ones that like Cheops, for instance, are predominantly piles of rubble with a thin skin over the outside. that they're not all nicely matched blocks. You know, the inside is huge amounts of mortar with roughly hewn blocks.
Well, look. Don't let the facts get in the way of the Ancient Aliens narrative.
But I actually have to, you know, for the time that these were built, this was cutting edge technology, and they did a pretty good job. Like, not alien, space aliens kind of good job, but for the people that made it, yeah, that was pretty good.
Yeah. Curiously, the pyramids have actually got 8 sides because each of the large flat faces is divided into 2.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it can be seen in certain photographs when the light catches it right. It's the same on each of the 4 main, what we call the faces. They're actually kind of creased inwards in the center.
But the whole thing with the pyramids are, you know, anyone that has built anything can understand how you can do amazing things that seems kind of impossible at the time if you're not educated in the subject, and then you see it getting built and you go like, yeah, that's quite cool. So I understand some of these people that have a hard time understanding why people with what they think is no skill. You have to remember these people weren't stupid. Some people
Yeah.
think they were, and compared to what we have today, yeah, what they did was amazing. But
yeah, so what I always say to people who, you know, say that the ancient walls in South America, they look like they've been cut with lasers. I just say to them, you know, I mean, those people were just as smart as us, except they had a lot more time to spend thinking about the problem.
And they don't look like they were cut by laser.
Exactly.
And if you were a spacefaring technology, you wouldn't even use a laser to cut stone.
Yeah, that's a kind of a dumb way of doing things.
Yeah, you would use a plasma cutter.
No, you would use water.
Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that.
No, you would use a water jet.
Oh, that's 20th century technology, Bjorn.
Yeah, but it's a really good way of doing stuff.
Oh, the plasma cutter is way better. You know,
if you want to make volcanic rock, I guess.
Where do you get your cutting tools, Bjorn?
Walmart.
Well, you need to go to Home Depot because they have some great plasma cutters. You have to ask. They're in the back. They're in a special room. You have to give them the special NASA shield password.
Yep.
They'll cut through anything. Yeah, they'll even cut through bullshit.
Oh, you would most likely use some sort of saw or water and saw or water to cut stones like that. Because it's very efficient.
As I said, there's my favorite is there's a place down there. I can never remember the name of it. It's basically it's not like Machu Picchu. It's not as well preserved as that. It's like Pompu or
There you have a nice picture of what you can achieve with water.
Anyway, this guy was waxing poetically on Ancient Aliens at this ancient site in Peru, or whatever the hell it was, Chile, about how these blocks were cut with a precision that we could not manage. They were perfect square and all this other thing, and they put a square up to them, and they weren't even cut anywhere near close to being square. And they don't even mention it. They don't even say, "Oh, hey, look, that's not square. That's way off."
You have some very good stonework, but it's the ones that I've seen is usually smaller stones, which is easier to work with. But in general, it's not the case. But they probably go to one section of the wall, which was a little bit special for one reason or another, and they cherry pick the most square stone they find, and they represent it as the standard of the whole building or the whole site, which is just not true.
Yep.
I don't know if we can do this, but let's see here.
Yeah, so a couple of times people have said to me, "Well, how do you think they made them?" And I always say, "Well, carefully."
Yeah, and even if you don't know the answer, doesn't mean that the answer they provide is correct.
That is correct.
Most of the stonework, the best stonework look like that, and even without anything to see, you can see it's not perfectly square. It's not good, and these are small stones. These aren't the larger ones, but this kind of quality on the nicer stones around the staircase is usually the best kind of stonework that you get. And then you see where they just pile up stones, randomly, just try to fit them as best as they can on all the other places. But if they go here, they're going to zoom in on these very square stones, but you can see they aren't even the same size, nothing like that. If this was made by machine, it would be much easier for the people that made this to actually make all this, all the stones, the same size, and then just stack them. And that's not what you see. So it is silly.
Yeah, and it's also kind of insulting to the people who actually made them. Like, oh, they couldn't have made this.
Yeah, but no matter where you go in let's see here. Well, this was a smaller picture, I guess, but no matter where you go, you're gonna see these kind of stones. Mostly the places where there's really important and nicer places would have a little bit better stonework from what I've seen, but nothing that is as perfect as they claim, because they didn't have the machinery. That was very tiny. I'm trying to find some bigger stones. Even this, this is not machine made stuff. So these stairs, you see the stones aren't the same size. They're quite square, but they're not the same size. And if you look down in the right corner, you will see where they just piled stones. So it's absolutely just bullshit. It's not true. But it is very impressive for the time and the tools they had.
Yeah, it is. Channel that has a couple of good videos debunking this whole ancient aliens thing is Digital Hammurabi. Like, it's a historian couple, and they specialize in ancient Middle East. So they have at least 2 videos debunking stuff that was claimed by this guy Zacharias Sitchin. Like, he was really big into this ancient alien nonsense. Like, maybe even bigger than Daniken.
You know, I don't understand how it needs to be debunked, because you just look at the evidence and you will see that these places are very impressive considering how large they are. But you also have to take into consideration how many people worked on them and how long it took to build them. You don't really need any formal education within building to actually understand that this can be achieved if you just have enough manpower. It's a little bit like the people that claim that the star forts that were made out of bricks, that there was too much bricks in them. And I showed a video on one of my videos where there was a group of people from, they didn't use industrial methods that made huge amount of bricks. There was just a few people making bricks, and I didn't really get any response after that video from the people.
Yeah, and considering that relative to their size, ants are capable of even more, and termites, they are capable of even more impressive structures than humans relative to their size, and completely without machines.
Yeah.
Machines, I said that weirdly.
The best thing for these people were they didn't really have any worker unions, and when they built these things, they had to build them, either to get a salary in the off season. Most of this stuff was built in the off season or by slave labor. So,
Mind you, in Egypt, there is actually some historical records about history's first known strike. So at least in Egypt, they did use mostly like professionals, but and also like they, like I said, there's a record of a first strike that there's some laborers, and I think they were specifically construction workers, if I remember correctly. So at least in some places, they then tried to fight for their rights.
I read about the find in Egypt with one of the pyramids where they found remains that suggested that these people were actually farmers working there in their off seasons, and I guess they could strike. I don't know. I don't know enough about that, but they were very dependent when they weren't farmers to actually have a different income, and and the same with the star fort that's built here in Halden. All the stones there were actually delivered from the local farmers. So in the off season, they drove stone down to the fort, and that's how they actually supply the materials for it. And if you have enough farmers, this was back when everyone basically was a farmer that wasn't working in the timber industry here. So there was a lot of farmers, and they usually had some sort of farm animal that they could pull a cart with, and I think they delivered like 1,800 loads a year with stone to this Star Fort, and it took a good 100 years to build it to the state that it is today. So when it put it in perspective like that, it's not really that big of a feat. It costs money. That's the biggest problem.
I managed to find this article about the strike, so I don't know how reliable this website is, but at least it's something.
Where did you put it?
Visitext.
Yep, I'll have a look. Well, this lines up a little bit with what I was talking about, where they were actually paid. And it seems like they had this was 1,200. They had a problem with, I can't say that I remember this exactly, but I think they had the right to get a certain amount of food each day. And I guess if they didn't, if they didn't manage to deliver that to the workers, they would get a little bit pissy.
Well, I could imagine. Yeah, my knowledge of ancient Egypt is really poor, but I remembered reading about this somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah, because the payment in grain, as I understand it, was 1 month late, and I guess working a month on an empty belly is it's not going to be fun.
I wonder if they also got paid in beer, because I read that Egyptians were really big beer drinkers, and at least like in Victorian England, for example, railroad workers did get I think it was a pint of beer every day.
Yeah, there was something about the article that I read, but it's a very long time ago that they got a set amount of food each day, and I think alcohol was part of it. But
Yeah.
it's
But you kind of need the grain delivery to make the beer.
yeah, exactly. And
good point.
I don't think they got paid for a month, according to this article, and that is going to be, yeah.
Yeah, I will read it myself a little bit later. This was just like I wanted to give at least some citation for what I said. But yeah, that's an interesting event.
So according to this, there was a lot of tomb workers that were artisans that was especially influential because these men were among the highest paid and most respected in the country. So that sounds like at least they had some, and of course they would have to have some skilled labor.
Yeah.
Well, we're chasing off people. Maybe we should change topic here back to dangerous.
I apologize.
I'm sorry, YouTube. I've been up a ski resort in Colorado and not seen volcano Cayambe. Well, that's because you didn't zoom in with your camera at the table. That's your mistake. Anyone out there in YouTube land that want to join us and have an interesting topic to discuss?
Look out, folks. Dog. He's on his way in.
Dog. Let's have him.
Bark.
Hello, dog. Shirley, do I have to unmute you?
Hello.
There we go.
Maybe more useful to discuss than Blackpool Tower, maybe.
Discuss what? I didn't catch that last thing, dog.
Neither did I.
A thought that I've had for a while now. Taking a fraudster of no distinguishing merit as an example, Nathan Oakley. We know he's a fraud. He knows he's a fraud. We have evidence that he knows full well the Earth is a globe, really. And there has been some effort made to expose him as that. But And I have occasionally had the misfortune to hear his voice, and it seems to me that he calms down too fast and sounds too amused. Meaning he's not really as angry as he pretends to be. I can do that too. Just, make believe we're in a death metal video. And there's been some effort made to show his fans and followers that actually he's having them on. He doesn't really believe what he's saying. As well as the effort made to show his fans and followers that the claims he's making are wrong, the things he's saying are not true, and he's basically an idiot. But it has occurred to me that actually they may know that. The people watching his show may know that he's putting on an act, know that the things he's saying are wrong, know full well that the Nathan Oakley they see on that show is a character just as much as this week I have been mostly eating carrots on the Fast Show is a character. And just like it anyway. So I think that approach may not work. Proving that he's wrong and lying to them may not actually help.
Well, I don't know about you, but the amount of stupidity in some of his videos, and especially his followers, kind of the way they act, that would be a hell of a lot of acting going on from a lot of people. I don't know. I can't disagree with you because I don't know enough about it, but he seems like he's an absolute dirtbag of a human being to me. That's the that's the picture of him that I have. So I guess nothing is out of the question. Maybe you're right.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm not sure that we would normally here start talking about somebody's character. I think we're supposed to just discuss their ideas.
Yeah.
I'm not disagreeing that he's an absolute dirtbag of a human being, but I suspect his audience knows that and doesn't mind.
When we're talking about this, I agree that we shouldn't be talking about the person's character, but if we're talking about this being an act, I think it's relevant. Don't you?
Yeah, he can be an arsehole pretending to be an arsehole and still actually be an arsehole.
No, my point is
pretending
that
to be an arsehole, but
I think the point I'm trying to make is if it is an act, it's a very good one.
Well, my point was that exposing him as a dirtbag, a liar, a fraud, and wrong may not actually bother the people who are supporting him as much as you'd hope it would. And maybe a different approach, like demonstrating that genuine harm is caused, is needed. Then again, that may not bother them either.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I haven't spoken to him. Maybe I have spoken to him in person. But yeah, I don't know. I really don't. And I have no need to do so either.
I don't think anyone has a need to do so, actually. And the kind of people who would support that are the kind of 12 and 13-year-olds who would support a particularly stupid and aggressive and unpleasant 12 or 13-year-old who was deliberately spouting lies that he knew to be false in order to harass someone else, would find it highly amusing that someone else was trying to correct the person who was being willfully ignorant. So all the debunking effort in the world ain't actually going to reduce his audience figures.
Well, the thing is that I don't think you can do anything about that. Those people are lost causes, but I think there's actual people that get tricked, that get fooled. And I think those people you can actually help, and that is what the debunking community is trying to do.
Yeah, but the way to help them is to stick so exclusively to the idea that you don't even say who made the claim, and to spend most of your time educating, not debunking.
But the problem there is that they will never hear about you. I think the only way to get these people to come and watch Bob's channel is actually interacting with them.
Could be.
Or else they will just fall into their own echo chamber where they never hear any ideas except the ones that they think are correct. But I do agree that you should stick to the point and try to debunk the... But the thing is that it's not really hard to debunk a flat Earth. It's super easy.
Barely an inconvenience.
But the people that you try to convince, they might not listen.
Yeah, I heard that it can be really difficult to change someone's mind just with pure facts. And that's what for example, what's his called? Anthony Magnabosco. This guy, he has a YouTube channel by that name. He uses what is called street epistemology, where instead of trying to just ram facts down someone else's throat, you just keep asking them questions about why they believe something. And when they start, when people start to basically explain to themselves why they believe something, that's when they may notice that something that they believe to be the case may not be so after all.
But most of the people that come and discuss here, they understand. Like, I asked a question from a guy and I told him that I just want to know your position, but he refused to answer. And I don't think that will work when you have people here, because they are so indoctrinated into the idea that they shouldn't answer questions. So if I came here and made a ridiculous claim about the well, pick your poison, anything, and you ask me the simple question if I can produce a model that was consistent with what we know to be true, and I had to say no, I can't do that. At that point, any reasonable person would say, I probably don't know as much as I think I do. But when it comes to flat earthers, they would just change the topic. So it's not hard to disprove it to a person of a sound mind, but it's hard to convince anyone that doesn't care about evidence. And that's why I think that you can convince people that are on the fence, but you can't convince these people that are already down the rabbit hole.
That may be. But then again, occasionally there are cases when someone who has gone down the rabbit hole, still someone or something manages to pull them back. It doesn't happen as often as it would be nice, but still does sometimes happen.
Well, you see this with COVID, where people think it's a fraud until they get it, and then some people will be convinced, but the hardliners, the hardcore people, they actually, discharge themselves from hospital and go home and die. And if you're willing to go home and die for your beliefs, I'm pretty sure you won't change your mind for anything.
At least, well, it could be like, for argument's sake, suppose that this person did survive and was lucky enough to live for a few decades more. Maybe then at some point of their life, they might come to the point that they would realize that they've been sucked into nonsense. But yeah, that's pretty hardcore indoctrination at that point.
Yeah. So I think that a lot of the people that we deal with might be at the point where they would actually discharge themselves. You see that, you already seen the guy, I don't remember his name, that were driving around coughing.
Yeah, Mac Barhart, Flat Earth Fokker.
Yeah, and you see the conviction they have, and I don't think you're gonna convince any of those.
At least not anytime soon. That's because there are such things as ex-fanatics, but no one who is fanatical is going to be no one is going to change their mind anytime soon. And to many like him, well, it's too late.
Yeah, of course there's ex-fanatics, but I think there's about 100,000 fanatics for each X. So
yeah, that maybe.
The
So we
problem
can't-
is flat. Oh, keep going.
All right, sorry. If we can't convince the people who are watching him because they think it's funny, and we can't convince him because he's in it for money and knows he's a fraudster, should we be addressing this specifically to the people that are in danger of falling for it?
Only to draw in eyes, I think. If that is the only way to get to the people that's sitting on the fence, I think you should do it. I think it's worth it. But if it turns out that you can't convince those people either, or that those people won't watch, no, I don't think so.
I don't think we'd ever know whether we convince those people. I suspect there are, it could be a few people a week, it could be 20 people a week, it could be hundreds of people a week watch a few videos and think, is this guy onto something? Wait a minute, he sounds deranged. Let me see whether it's been debunked. Oh, it has been debunked. Yeah, that debunk makes a whole lot more sense. Yeah, he's not onto something, he's on something, and don't subscribe. And there could have been people who've been following for months who eventually think, this guy keeps talking about how stupid the debunkers are. I'm going to go and listen to the debunkers and see for myself how stupid they are, and then listen to a debunker and think, I've been a fool all this time, and just quietly unsubscribe, but never actually, thank the person who opened their eyes to what a fool they had been being. So I don't think we'd know whether we'd succeeded in
No,
that. The people whose names we know were the ones who are doing it for fun and or doing it for money and too far in to ever change.
But I think you're absolutely right about that. The thing is that if you don't get new views, like if Bob doesn't get views, if it dies out, we know that he doesn't reach, his reach is very low. If he does get views, and if he get, then you know at least that someone is watching. And I think that is the only indicator that we have, except for the few people that shows up in chat and say, "Hey, I used to be a flat earther. You changed my mind." But considering what we know about the human psyche, that one of the things that we don't like to do is actually tell people that we were stupid at one point. We try to hide that. I would suggest, or I would believe that at least if you get one person that say you changed my mind, there's going to be 100 other ones that didn't say it.
That may be.
First, That one is still frozen on my end here, Bob. Oh, something happening. I can hear stuff again, I think. Oh, it's back, Bob. It's back.
Got it.
Excellent. Excellent. Now we have to get off all the topics we've been speaking about.
Yes, most definitely.
And now we have to self-censor.
Yes.
Oh boy, the audience missed some juicy stuff.
Yep. Bob, do you know this guy, Brian Mabet?
Yeah, he's a flurf.
Yeah,
he's a flaming flurf.
Yeah, I muted him earlier.
Yeah, he's a flaming flurf and just loves to disrupt and swear and everything else.
Yep.
You know, he's just I mean, he's not somebody he can go down, make sure that he's got the designation flat earther and send so he can go on down to the flurf rooms if he wants to come to this server.
Oh, it wasn't on the server, it was in chat.
Oh yeah. Well, but you can boot him.
Big boot.
Yeah, well, we can boot him from chat if need be.
Yep.
I don't really have any desire to hang out with him. I don't think he ever makes a positive contribution to any sort of conversation. He's one of the screamers from Jem's channel.
Excellent.
Yeah, I'm sorry that went down for a little while. It's working now though, right?
Seems to be.
All right. Yeah, Discord did that. That wasn't any of the streaming software. That was Discord that had that issue.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I was actually seeing patients, so I didn't get a chance to look when I came in to check on it.
No, it was fine. I just tried to make you aware of it so you could.
Thanks. Yep. Well, first thing I did when I came back was checked out the thing. We're having all sorts of internet problems down here today, but we got it live now.
That is excellent.
Are we all done, Mom? All right. Well, I'm going to go out and have some dinner with my mom, and then I'm going to head on home. I'm going to take a moment and see my daughter at the same time. She's manager of a restaurant. We're going to go over to her place and have some dinner.
You have a good day, Bob.
Well, thank you much. I'll be keeping an eye on the chat too.
Yep.
Bye, Bob.
Bye.
One day we should, make a stream about that video.
Well, I suppose it will have to be age restricted and demonetized.
Oh, we can do it even on my channel or someone else's channel. It doesn't matter. That was a hilarious video. It needs to be discussed online, I think.
You should check out some of the other ones too. I haven't seen that particular one, but some of his other ones are pretty entertaining as well.
Yeah.
At first, I wasn't really sure if I want to watch it, but I don't know. Now I'm just really curious. So can someone put me a link in somewhere?
I'll link you the absolutely awesome video. I'll send it to you.
Will you send it in the private or something?
Yeah, I don't want to.
Yeah, yeah. I kind of suspected that you wouldn't.
He made a video 4 hours ago. I don't think. Are you on Discord? Eric? Let's see if I can find you here. I don't think I want to link this in here.
Maybe just link the channel. He's only got a few videos, so it shouldn't be too hard to find.
No. I will link the video in VC or the channel in VC text, and you can decide if you want to go in there and have a look. The video we're talking about is Bleep or Jesus. It's in VC text, the channel. He doesn't have many videos, so you will be able to find it.
The name of the video is "What Only Real Christians Do for Jesus."
Yes. Bleep or Jesus. Bleep or Jesus, guys. No problem.
So you like that meat that we have in our grocery stores? Sent you that
Yeah.
link?
Yeah, I think that I would definitely try that.
Yep, nothing wrong with it. Bullfrog legs.
Looks like I think if you deep fry that or something, it would look very, almost like chicken legs, something.
It I know everybody says stuff tastes like chicken, but it really does look and taste like chicken. The texture is a little different.
Yeah.
But it's good. You could have it a bunch of different ways, but a lot of people usually the first time they try it is usually fried.
Tessa has seen the video now and is laughing, so it's muted. No, it's very rare that I say no to food, Hunter, and I'm willing to try most things at least once.
Yeah, I usually stop short of saying I'll try anything once. But I'll try most things once.
Yeah, you can get in trouble with that.
Yeah, that could backfire on you real quick.
Yeah. Anyone out there in YouTube land that has a topic that we can kill some time with? Yeah, that if you're talking about the video, Eric, that's a good one. Yeah. It's not suitable for YouTube, I think, here. Have you collected yourself again, Tessa?
No, not quite yet.
Hunter, where do you find these people?
It's a talent. They sometimes find me. This one's a real doozy, though. This one I found out early on was in the middle of doing a lot of serious comments back and forth. They usually have the mean, vile, insulting, but in the middle of all of that, he'll post a music video link or something, or a link to a cartoon video, or just. And at that point, it's like, this one is a little unstable, so I start backing out, and then the conversation kind of starts up. So I said, well, as long as he keeps responding to me, I'll keep responding back.
Yeah. Well, as a rule, I try to stay away from crazy.
You're dealing with flat Earth. How are you going to stay away from crazy?
I try to not deal with it. I don't know if you noticed, I haven't been around that much anymore.
You've been working. I'm blaming that on your work.
Yeah, well, that is, it's an absolutely doozer. That, oh god, no. But flat Earth is one thing. This is just crazy.
I have to keep in mind that line from Matthew he was quoting, because that is absolutely priceless.
Yeah, from now on you can use that as much as you want.
It's just like Matt Dillahunty said, great, the craziest of all the gospels, and I share its name. It is also in Matthew's gospel where after Jesus dies on the cross, Jewish saints resurrected from the grave and walked into Jerusalem and seen by many. So yeah, Matthew is a doozy.
I haven't read that stuff probably 10 years. In 10 years. I get my salvation from Joe Pesci. That's good enough for me.
I would just love to have this guy debate someone like Matt Powell or Steven Anderson. I would love to have this guy debate against them. Of course, he wouldn't debate against them because, as far as he's concerned, Steven and Matt aren't real Christians after all. Oh, maybe, who knows? Maybe they are.
Well, I'm glad if that catches on. I'm glad I left religion many years ago because that's scary. I'm just saying.
The thing is, I don't think he could help but comment or reply. I don't think he cannot reply.
You think so?
Yeah, I'm starting to wonder. I mean, I've been going back and forth with him for quite a long time here, and hundreds and hundreds of comments, and he gets so frustrated, but he'll keep responding.
Yeah.
Hasn't realized that as long as he responds, I'll respond back. If he stopped, I'm stopped. You know, if he's not responding back, there's no reason for me to. And I think it just kind of stews with him, and then he kind of explodes onto the comment section.
But the thing is, when he answers, you can only measure your own delusion. Kind of, why? Why would you respond to that? You have more patience than me. That's for sure.
I would be like I mentioned, I'm post-op trans. I would be really fascinated to have a chat with this person. Like, what would this person think of me? Because, like, would he consider me a real Christian or something?
That would be an excellent question. I would love to hear that.
Yeah,
if you ever
that would be.
respond to him, I would love to know the answer.
I'm just wondering how the population of the Earth would die out one generation after Christ came to Earth. So 2,000 years ago, it would be over.
Yeah. And there was, I don't remember what was it called. It was during early years of the 1800s, when Mormonism was starting in the United States, and there was quite a lot of these different religious revival cults. There was one particular one that, unlike the Mormons, they are no longer with us because all the members chose celibacy. And of course, and also they didn't really proselytize a lot. So, but yeah, that's like reminds me of this person.
Yeah.
But yeah, it really okay, I'm not going to go into the details, but yeah, he mentioned Addis. The priests of the Addis cult did that.
Trying to get a topic from YouTube here to see if any of them have something they want us to discuss.
If any of y'all have any desire to have religious or philosophical discussions with him, I'll leave that to you guys. I only discuss measurements, so he keeps wanting to go into other things because he can't do the measurements. But I'll keep reiterating all the way through that I only discuss the measurements.
Yeah, I'm really bad with math. I may in fact have dyscalculia, but yeah. On the other hand, like religion is something I'm really fascinated about, and know especially about Christianity. I know quite a lot about actually. So yeah, that might be interesting to have in a conversation with him, like poking little more into like these beliefs and all. But yeah, that Matthew thing, like, because I haven't read the Bible fully, so that Matthew thing was completely new to me.
The thing is, I don't have any interest in talking about the religious part of it, but the mindset behind someone that believes stuff like this is kind of interesting to me, Hunter.
Yeah, well, that's kind of where I started out in it, is the mindset about it, of trying to figure out a little more about what he believes and why. There is no reason why. He just does. Oop.
I started reading the full chapter to see what the actual context is. So be right back. Yeah, I think that's just the metaphorical phrasing about divorce. Like Jesus is basically preaching against divorce, and then it seems to be a reference, like if you cannot handle not ever getting a divorce, it's better not to marry at all. That's what I take from that. But yeah, that guy, he disagrees. He thinks it's literal.
Oh, a Rogue Baby just joined the Discord. Hello.
Hello.
How's it going?
Well, it's a little bit quiet right now, but we'll survive.
Did you see Brian's logic apply to Bob on the have assigned function?
Sorry, what did you say?
Brian's logic has a reply to Bob.
Yeah, I saw that. It was a lot of fun. But, you know, you have to understand, Bjorn, the stream was down for 40 minutes, so it got a little quiet there. Yeah, I mean, it's a 40-minute reply to me. The first 35 minutes is fluff. I'll probably do something with the last 5.
I'm talking about in Discord, Bob, not on Street.
Oh, this is on YouTube.
Yeah.
I skipped to the last 5 minutes of following Bob's advice. And Dev has also got another marathon session just started, quarter of an hour ago.
Well, that's something I can't sit and listen to. It's no.
Yeah, they manage 9 hours of sort of talking about nothing.
I couldn't even stand 5 minutes of that.
What were you watching?
I don't remember his name. Logic guy tried to debunk Bob. Talking
Who
about
tried to debunk Bob?
Oh, Brian's Logic?
Yeah, Brian's Logic.
Ah,
I felt the stroke coming on, so
It's fairly easy if you don't have to use Logic to do it.
well, you shouldn't have Logic in your name then.
Using the word logic is a lot like the same way a lot of them use the word truth
And science.
in science. Yeah.
I
They
usually
told me,
stay.
They told me it was a different kind of logic, though.
I try to stay away from channel that says truth or logic or revealed or anything like that.
So what are you doing here then?
Well, Bob's channel doesn't have that in.
I was joking. Are you called Socialist Worker Drone?
Why I'm called that?
Yeah, are you a socialist worker?
No.
There used to be a party in the UK, probably still is, called the Socialist Workers' Party.
No, I'm not. When you're from Norway and you discuss anything that has to do with politics, especially with Americans, you're going to be called a dirty socialist, communist bastard over and over again. Because we don't understand freedom up here.
Norway?
Yeah.
Yeah, a Swedish friend told me the same thing.
Come on, man.
That's
I
what I
never
think.
called you dirty.
That's true. So basically just I changed it for, I used to have my real name and then I changed it just for fun and then it stuck.
Gotcha.
And it seems to irritate the living shit out of certain people. So it's
Yes.
fun.
It makes for a really great intro on his channel.
Well, what's this?
That's me.
There you go.
I was in Prague in 2013 and I visited the Museum of Communism. It was great.
Yeah, I've been
Been there?
11. I've been 11 times to Russia.
Fantastic. What, in the old days or the new days?
I was there the first time when I was 15, 16, and I'm 42 now. So, yeah.
Days, pretty much.
Almost 30 years ago. It was back in the day when you couldn't get food in the stores.
All right.
Exactly. It was an interesting time. Yeah, you had to go to the black market, or buy from farmers and stuff.
Right. Okay, I'm going to turn in, so nighty night.
Have a good night.
Nighty night.
Good night.
It's almost nighttime here too, I think.
Here it definitely is. It's midnight.
It's 23:29 here, so it's getting there. Oh, is that a Joe? Hello, Joe.
Hello, Joe.
All right, Bjorn, I'm on for a couple. How's everything else going with the stream?
Well, it's working.
Yeah, it's working.
That's a good start.
Yeah, that's always a good start. The audio sounds pretty good. The video's going okay.
I think so.
Overall, I'm pretty happy with it. Looks like we got a few in there, but despite it being down for a little while, we seem to still have some people watching it and coming in.
I think it would have been great to have the ability to pick up some topics that we should cover.
Yeah.
It gets really random when people just jump in.
Yeah. Well, Wednesday we've got that guest speaker coming.
Well, that's excellent.
And I think maybe you're right. We probably should have topics of the day. Basically, this first week or two, what I really wanted to see was whether or not the stream would work. It seems to last for about 12 hours without crashing, which isn't too bad.
I think 12 hours is enough, isn't it?
Well, yeah. I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be a 24/7 thing, although I'd like it to be that eventually. I don't know how those guys do that as far as make it last that long, because that seems to be a YouTube imposed limitation.
Maybe they just restarted after 12 hours. I don't know.
Maybe they do, but I doubt it.
Yeah.
But it's definitely worth looking into eventually. But if we're going to do that, we need to have some programming too.
Yeah.
I think that there's some software that I can get that'll play a program, on the hour or something or other. Every 2 hours, it'll play a video, and that might not be a bad idea. At least to give us something to discuss. You can discuss the video until the next one comes up. That's something you can jump in and do or leave at any time too.
Yeah, one of the things is that sometimes we discuss things in chat here, and we reference to a web page, a picture, and stuff like that, and people get lost in chat because they can't see what we're talking about.
Well, there's another thing that we could do is I could go ahead and give you and Joe authorization to work with the stream.
Yeah.
And that way there, in case we have a little problem like we just did, you guys can take over the streaming computer momentarily. Because that's what I did. I just took it over and fixed it and then let it go again.
Yeah, it might work.
We'll talk about that sometime. I'll give you the codes for it so you can get it. It's a separate computer, so I mean, it's not like it's got any of my stuff on it or anything. It's just a streaming computer. That's it. From a factory start, a factory wipe.
Yeah, we'll see later on what we'll do. It's just it would be good to be able, when we talk about something, like we talked about some pictures earlier, and I I don't want a spam chat full of pictures that people would click.
Well, the other thing that you can do is if you take over, I think that if you're going to give a presentation, you ought to have control of the stream computer. So what you can do is you can make your presentation window the large window.
Yeah.
And then everybody can see it.
Yeah.
Or if I could have a particular thing that you could upload directly to that would be the large window or something.
We'll have to figure something out.
But those are good ideas, though.
Well, thank you.
Always looking to make the stream better. The problem with it is that I can't be there continuously. So if I can't be there continuously, I've got to have people there that can do the same thing I do. So, and since the streams run from a computer, we've got to have some people that have access to that.
Yeah. I think we will figure something out.
Yeah.
I see that certain topics run people off too.
We should have a chat about that to see what they are, and we'll just sit down and say those aren't topics that we're interested in really getting into.
Yeah. So we'll have to have a look at that. I just keep watching the amount of people watching, and when you get into certain topics that comes up quite often, you see it drops very often.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what it looks like.
Yeah.
Send me a couple of those by DM and let me know what the problems are, and I'll sit down and see what we can do about that.
Yeah. We'll talk about that later.
All right.
I'm sick today, so my head isn't working properly.
No. Well, you're doing pretty good, it sounds like.
Yeah, I'm surviving.
Yeah.
One day at a time, Bob. One day at a time.
Norseman born will survive.
Yeah, well, even we die, I've heard.
You mean Leif Erikson's not around?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Well, that's what Valhalla is for.
Well, being an internet warrior, I don't think you get into Valhalla for doing that.
My kids got me a, it's not a PlayStation, it's the other one.
An Xbox.
An Xbox. They got me an Xbox for Christmas. Controllers are a little beefier, a little square, a little longer.
Yeah.
I'll have to get used to it, but I assume the buttons probably work kind of the same.
Yeah, mostly.
And they got me a subscription to a game site, so I can download my my Call of Duty. Because I'm just a Call of Duty warrior. That's all I am. My wife wants to do some racing games, though. Some like some stock car games or some Formula One games. Anything that you would recommend? She's not really into the first-person shooter stuff.
No, I think that is a male-dominated sport or game.
Yeah. Yeah.
John Rapp here has some suggestions. Topic: observation and evidence you can do with minimal equipment. You can go and read these later on there.
I'm thinking one of the things that I might be able to do is I might be able to put together, some brief 5-minute presentations that'll start the topic off, and then then we can go into it from that. Let me get on the highway here. Hang on. It's sort of rush hour in Michigan right now. It's a little bit late, and we don't have that bad of a rush hour, but nobody's paying any attention to merging or anything like that. Turn signals, yeah, the usual stuff.
No, but if just like every hour, if you could play a topic, or every 2 hours or something like that, like you get stream back on track into some interesting topics.
Well, I've got to find some way of automating that so that I can set up a playlist, and you know, like every 2 hours it'll play a video.
Yeah.
Now I can probably do that on YouTube and say, okay, well, we're going to be talking about this over in Discord. Come join us.
Yeah.
You know, this is the topic of the hour or something.
Yeah, something at least to get us back on track, because it's easy to get distracted when there's a bunch of guys just sitting and talking, no topic.
Yeah, I see. I know what you're talking about.
I'm getting really sleepy, so I think I will leave the Discord and watch a couple of videos and go to bed. So good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night. Good night, Jessel. Joe, how's your day going?
He's been here, but not here. I don't know what he's up to.
Nah, you never know how to respond to that, man. Is he here or not here?
I don't know. Hunter was here earlier, but
yeah, I saw him in there. What's he been up to?
I'm still here. I'm just using a mill right now, so I get noisy every now and then.
Okay.
doing some man's work. That's what you're doing. Some manly man's work.
Some manly man's work.
Count your fingers there, Hunter.
Oh yeah, I still have them.
All right. Make sure that's still the case when you're done.
Oh yeah, I check it all the time. I keep a healthy fear of the equipment I use. That's how I got through working at a cabinet shop for a long time with table saws and miter saws. If I ever get to the point to where I'm not a little bit afraid of it, I probably ought to stop.
Yep.
When I worked as a carpenter, there wasn't many people that were above 50 that wasn't aching or missing something.
Oh, I'm definitely aching.
Yeah.
But I have all my parts.
All your parts.
Especially that part that you were just watching that video about.
Hunter.
And,
your thumb. It was the thumb, right?
Yes.
The thumb, yeah.
Yeah, the
Absolutely
thumb.
The thumb.
Both of them.
I was actually having some more discussions with that guy I told you about, Bob, that Flat Sky guy.
Yeah.
Oh.
How's that working for you?
Apparently I must have really set him off because he put out like 10 comments within 2 minutes. I'm just trying to explain to him how to measure the height of a tree using an angle. And he's avoiding that like the plague, and he's going into everything from religion to aliens to all sorts of weird stuff.
I'm not saying it's aliens, but it's aliens.
Absolutely, it's absolutely aliens. You have to believe in aliens to be able to measure the height of a tree.
Yep.
Well, I want to make a video about this guy, but then I realized, you can't fix that kind of crazy. That is.
Oh no, I realized that early on. There's no fixing this one. That one
is far gone. He's missing bits, and not the kind of bits we're talking about in the video. He is missing other bits.
I think he's missing both.
Maybe. So what kind of crazy thing are you building there at work, Hunter? Is it super secret?
No, it's just a bracket. That's all. I'm just machining a little bracket out. Actually, I broke a tap earlier, and I'm trying to machine the tap out of the bracket that I machined.
That's always fun.
Yeah,
it's usually a bit harder than mild steel.
Yes, that's why I have to use carbide end mills.
Yeah.
I've got to get a hold of a drill press and drill some holes in some steel plate. I'm debating if I can drill one halfway through the plate and tap it. That's just a special bit.
You could use a couple of different types of bits to actually drill the hole. How thick of a plate?
About half an inch. I want to drill it. Probably about a quarter, 3/8 of an inch in. Well, probably not quite 3/8.
And it's mild steel?
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting with a drill press.
Can't do it with a drill press?
It'll be interesting with a drill press. What you may be able to do is to drill it with a spiral point drill, and then use a square end mill chucked in your drill press, and then just to take the corners off of the bottom of the hole. And then you're probably, for tapping it, you're probably going to have to start it off with like a taper tap, and then end up with a bottom tap.
Well, I could cheat. I could put a big hole part way through and then drop a bolt and weld it.
You could do that.
I think that might be the best bet.
So you just need the threads sticking out?
Yeah. I want to put the plate under the base of my telescope.
Uh-huh.
And then I'll use the main center screw on the telescope to lock that onto that plate. And then I want 3 good-sized bolts below it that I can use to adjust the size. And then I've got a little plate that I will put, and hover right over my my pedestal. I just need something that I can adjust the height and level it.
Well, what I would suggest instead of doing that, Bob, is go ahead and drill all the way through, tap all the way through. Then you put your bolt from the backside, cut the head off, and weld where the head was. That way you have a solid plate. Your bolts will be square all the way through, and you won't have a through hole all the way through if you're going to be welding it. And just grind it smooth afterwards. Then you end up with studs that's coming up. It's going to be flush all the way up to the top.
That makes sense.
That's what I would do. That would probably be your easiest way with the tools you have.
Yeah. But I need a welder and I need a drill press.
Don't you think at that point it would be cheaper to get a machining shop to do it for you?
Well, it might, but I don't know. 3/8 inch.
3/8 inch?
Yeah, I just need, I want to just bolt it on, and then I want to use that as a leveler. The telescope weighs 60 pounds, and I think 3 of those would hold it nicely.
You can rent a mag drill from Home Depot for fairly cheap for just a few hours. It's like a drill press, sort of the way it works, but it has an electromagnet to where the base actually sticks to the plate that you're trying to drill on.
Huh.
And then that'll keep you in line to drill the hole all the way through straight. And then what you do is you chuck the tap into the chuck, and you turn it by hand. If you get to where you're comfortable with it, you can turn it on and turn it off and let it start into the thing, but that'll keep it square and straight with the hole. And then you can and then you can unchuck it and then do the rest of it by hand as long as your tap started out straight.
Yep.
Just don't break your tap.
Break the tap and it's a pain in the butt. That's what I'm doing right now.
Yeah, that's a bad day.
Well, what you do is you just rotate it a little bit and re-drill the holes.
Yeah, on yours, that would be the easiest thing to do.
Yep. I'm going to go in and say hi to my daughter.
All right. Have a good one, Bob.
Have a good one, Bob.
Take care, guys.
You too. No, breaking taps is that is no fun. I feel for you, Hunter.
It's not too bad when you have the right tools. Before I had access to this mill, it was a real pain in the butt.
Yeah, I forget that you're in a shop with the right tools.
Yeah, it makes a world of difference when you have the right tools. There's so many things I could do now.
Well, can we lure someone from YouTube in here with some good topics? We don't bite much, so join us on Discord and join the fun.
Yeah, I don't know what to do for a topic if anybody's got something.
I think if he makes a topic list or have small videos that we can start and discuss, that would be great.
Cool. I don't mind doing some of those things where you kind of dissect some of the kind of more off the wall videos where you just kind of take some of the stuff that they are touting in the video and then counter it. I find that to be kind of interesting. I find a lot of the things, instead of doing a serious counter, it's more of a laugh and make fun instead of a serious counter, which is fine. But that's not usually where I go. I go to let's talk about the measurements.
My current computer is going up on the wall and becoming a streaming PC very soon, probably February. And he could even remote into that and run the stream from my computer, from the spare computer, and that way you could have control over it. And he doesn't have to use a computer and give access to that. He can just give access to this to the people that need it.
Probably not a bad idea.
You get the advantage of gigabit internet and fiber, and the computer that isn't going to do anything but sit there day and night.
Yeah, my mother-in-law has faster internet than me. She's got gigabit, but she's thinking about, I think they're starting to offer the 5 gig in her location. Not that she needs it. She doesn't do anything online.
I don't need this, but they upgraded my internet from 500 megabit to a gigabit for free. So
He can't beat the price.
well, I started out with 100 megabit, and they just kept upgrading me the last 4 years.
See, your ISP does the opposite of ours.
Yeah.
Ours takes away services and increases the price.
Well, I think they increased the price with about $100 a year.
Yeah, $100 a year.
Yeah.
Nice.
So I started out with 100 megabit up and down, and then they increased it to 250. And then I think it went 2 years, I got 500 megabit, and then now a year later I get gigabit, and it's about $100 a year extra. There we have Joe again.
Snip, snip, Bjorn.
Did you like the video that Hunter has so gracefully presented to us? He's used fine. Oh, no. You just left in the middle of my sentence, Joe. What's going on?
Couldn't hear. Wow, I got sidetracked with something else.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to say thank to Hunter for that video.
Thank you, Hunter, for that video.
You are quite welcome, Joe. Anytime.
You may burn in hell. You may burn in hell for that video, but thank you anyway.
There has been several times that he told me that I was going to burn in hell, and Allah was going to smite me down and all kinds of stuff. It was.
Well, you know what? I'm in favor of that. I think. Well, considering the behavior of some Catholic priests, maybe the snip's a good idea.
I think he wanted to do more than snip. I think he wanted to remove the whole problem area.
Snip. In other words, take a chainsaw to that area.
Yeah, it's excellent.
That sounds messy, Joe. It's not a surgical procedure.
Yeah, but it's got the benefit of being quick.
Now that's going to be quick. Chainsaw to that part is going to be quick. That's for sure. No, I think it's interesting, Hunter, that you find all these nuggets of gold on the internet. I read your little talk to this guy, your little conversation there, and I have to say you have the patient of a saint. I think I'm gonna dub you Saint Hunter from now on.
You've only read a small part.
Well, it was enough to dub you Sir Saint Hunter, the first.
It's I don't know how much you read on that particular one on his
all
channel
of them.
there. All of them. Okay.
On one video.
Well, on one video. There's another video. There's another video where there's probably 130 comments on, and then there's another video there's over 200 on. The other video is on Sly Sparkane's channel.
Well, I'm gonna rename you now, Dumbass Hunter, because you're gone past Saint now. You're going from giving it a good college try, you know, being a good person, to just being ridiculous. That's.
Oh yeah, I knew whenever I passed the point of being ridiculous was well before I ever got to his channel. This was. It got to be ridiculous while I was on Sly's channel.
I would never have found that if it wasn't for you.
Well, I'm going to have to do some extra research on Matthew 19:12.
Yeah, I'm not going to go into there. I'm going to leave that to the professional. But I think that if you could only get this idea into the flat earther community, that you couldn't be a good flat earther without removing your member.
Yeah, that would put an end. Well, some of them are. Well, if those that are incels, it wouldn't bother.
Well, I'm just saying that would be a solution to a problem that we haven't thought about.
That's true. Very true.
Yeah, it's an idea.
I'm going to go look something up, and I'll be right back.
Okay. Joe has found a bone, and he's going to gnaw that thing.
You think he's going to pull out the family Bible?
I think so.
You know, as long as I've been talking with him, I've never even went into anything with the with the religion at all. He brings it up every now and then, but I never took the bait.
No, I tried to stay away from the topic, especially on stream. But that video there was too good to ignore. So I don't think this is the right place to discuss the Bible. But
there's quite a few topics that this guy brings up. If you read some of the comments, if it was which video, it was the video he directed at me, his last, the one from 3 days ago.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you just barely tipped the top of the iceberg. He's the one that started off talking about the chips inside the telescopes. Because
okay.
There's telescopes have computer chips in them that display the sky to you, and that's kind of where it started off, and it's gone all over the place.
We have one of these, I don't know, $80 telescopes at home here. I got it for the kid. It's a plastic one. Does this one have a chip too?
I guess it's only if you could see something worth seeing it does.
Well, I'm going to update you. We're going to point it at the moon as soon as the sky is clear.
Do you
It's
know
been
what
raining.
size the objective is?
No, I don't have it here, so it's in my kid's room. I don't want to go and rummage around there now at this time.
Understood.
But
I
he's
was just wondering. Right now, is the Orion Nebula is out, and it's probably the easiest one to see as far as nebula go.
well, we didn't want to invest a ton of money into because he's wanted one for this whole year. So we thought if he shows interest enough with this cheap one, we can buy a more expensive one later.
Yeah. Well, even with a fairly cheap one, you're not going to see all the color and stuff like that. It's probably going to be kind of a gray smudge type thing, but you
Yeah.
should still be able to get the general shape if you've seen what it looks like in photos. If you get your eyes adjusted to it, you should be able to see the general shape of it.
Yeah.
Now, if you connect a camera to it, you'll be able to get some pretty impressive. Even with a cheap plastic telescope, I would be willing to bet you could get a nice, colorful photo of the Orion Nebula. It may be pretty. You may have to do it with the very low magnification because the rotation of the Earth will make it blur. But you should be able to get a pretty good picture. But you should at least be able to see it with your eyes.
Are you telling me that the Earth rotates there, Hunter? What
Yeah,
kind
that
of
was
magic
something
is
else.
this?
That's something else we discussed.
Well, we a good set of binoculars.
A good set of binoculars would see it too.
Yeah, these are reasonably expensive binoculars that he's not allowed to play with himself, especially in the day, because I'm terrified he's going to point it at the sun.
Oh yeah, that would suck.
So they have quite good magnification on those ones.
It's for that. It's more of light gathering more than magnification.
Yeah, but I'm thinking about in the day.
In the day, yeah. So
looking at the sun and stuff. So we spent more money on that because that's something that he can use more often than a telescope.
Absolutely. It's more versatile.
Yeah.
If he doesn't get into astrophotography or anything like that, it's very still useful.
Well, he's 7 years old, so I'll give it a couple of more years before we decide what he's going to do for the rest of his life. Maybe he, falls for it and want to do it as a career later on. You never know with kids, but you should at least give them an opportunity to explore while they're young, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why you see pictures of my grandkids on my video, looking through my telescope, and I got videos through my son's microscope, and we do all kinds of stuff like that. I try to expose them to as much as possible.
Yeah, I think limiting your kids' ability to explore the world is not a good thing. So as long as you can create opportunity for them to explore the world in their own pace, I think that is good. I think there was someone in the green room, but I didn't catch it in time. Damn it. Hello, Joe.
Hey, Bjorn.
Thought everyone was in bed.
Well, it's only 7:44 here.
Oh yeah. Is the stream still running?
I think. Well,
that's live.
Just reading the release that was unsealed today with that Jeffrey Epstein and that Virginia Giuffre.
Okay.
And she signed the general release. It released any and all possible party that could be a defendant in the lawsuit.
Yeah.
And Prince Andrew could have been a party to the lawsuit. I think that was a mistake by her lawyers, because I know her lawyer is a really good lawyer who's involved in the case now, but he says, well, Prince Andrew couldn't be a defendant because he wasn't subject to jurisdiction.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean he can't be a defendant.
The question is if the royal family will.
Well, that's the problem when you sign an open-ended general release like that. I could see a judge throwing the case out, saying it's barred by the release, even though he's not named specifically as a defendant or a party in the release. I could see that happening. I mean, he's going to lose in the court of public opinion, or he has lost.
I think that that train has left the station.
Yes, it has.
That's too late.
Yep.
There's a lot of celebrities, even here in Norway, that at one point or another were associated with him.
Really? With Epstein?
Yeah. Even our princess at one point visited him. Apparently.
Wow. Well, he sure got around, didn't he?
Yeah. But the royal houses in Europe, they are, well, it's one big family. Like that. Oh, if you know one, you're gonna run across other people in that same circle, I think. What else is new, Joe?
Not much. Not much, which I'm going to talk about on an open mic on YouTube.
That's true. I almost forgot. Easy to forget.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's watching on YouTube either. But
there's,
except for Bob the Science Guy's old laptop.
There might be, one secret flat earther there recording our very public discussion.
Well, if he is, the Earth isn't flat. There's that.
I think I pissed them off the other day when I kept calling them out and telling everyone that they should like and subscribe and stuff. Thank you for helping out Bob's channel with viewing time and stuff.
Yeah, Bob appreciates it.
Yeah, he really appreciates your support. Oh, God.
Well, it's almost time for more football.
Huh?
American, freedom football, not
freedom football.
Not
Yep.
Football with the round ball.
Not that kind of communist football.
Yeah, the communist one. Freedom football.
Freedom football, yeah. I like the freedom French fries, but just the freedom fries. That one I really liked. You're so free.
I watched Dr. Bob's video against pitcher from Australia with his coin demonstration.
Yeah.
On the table. As soon as I saw the beginning of the video with Mitchell from Australia, you could see the camera was below the table.
I couldn't even. I didn't know. No, Joe, I didn't even want to start that. Oh God.
Oh, God is right.
Couldn't even start the video without cringing. You know, what's his name? Blue Marble Science asks all the time, how stupid can you be? It's not a challenge.
Yeah.
And I don't even think these people are stupid. I just think they're really, really special. Stupid just doesn't cover what these people say and do.
Yeah, they're we have to invent a new word for these guys.
Yeah, that is.
Hey, maybe somebody, somebody did a snip of their brains.
Yeah. It really is nice to bully brain dead people, but here we are.
Well, a lot of them are just. Some of them are just grifters.
Yeah.
And you have your true believers, but I don't think you have that many of them.
No, it would be strange if there was that many people that actually believe that stuff. It would be strange indeed. But we're moving into the golden age of flat Earth now. Very soon.
Yeah.
People will finally open their eyes and see the truth.
Boy, I'll tell you, frog legs are not cheap. $9.99 a pound.
Well, you have to run after the frogs and catch them.
That's true. Who knew?
Oh, there is some people watching. We're five of us.
Oh,
well, four because I'm watching, but
4 crazy people.
4 crazy people listen to us 2 maniacs. Well, that's get a life. Sorry.
Find a member of the opposite sex and have a good time.
Yeah.
Stay off of YouTube.
If you're listening to us at this time of day, that's not good.
Well, especially if they're anywhere near your neck of the woods.
Yeah. I'm only awake because I have a cold and can't sleep. Let's see. Linda is very nice. She doesn't want me to breathe in her direction as long as I have a cold.
Yeah, well, I don't blame. I have a little bit of a thing too, but
for the last 1.5 months, I have had this brewing of this cold, and it finally bloomed. And I'm tired of the question, are you sure you don't have COVID? Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
yeah, you're not going to have it for that long.
No. Right. Not even close. Well, who knows? I might have contracted COVID now, but I tested myself yesterday.
Hey, you're fine, Bjorn.
Seemed all good. These test results out of South America or South Africa is really encouraging.
Oh, I agree.
And also the newspaper, it's not peer reviewed yet, but it's done by serious people, and it proposed that from their test, it's if you get Omicron, you have 4.4 times the resistance than just the vaccines, which means that Delta would probably die out, which would be awesome.
We had a pretty good report out of doctors in Houston, Texas today.
Okay.
I think they said similar thing that the last 2 or 3 weeks in Houston, at least in the hospital, wherever the hell these doctors were, it was in some hospital group in Houston.
Yeah.
They said 90% of the COVID cases that they sampled in the hospital were the Omicron variant, and that again that the symptoms were mild.
That's
and the
what
people who tested positive that were vaccinated without a booster, their symptoms were very mild, and some of the time people didn't even know they had COVID. They had no symptoms.
Yeah.
So if they came into the hospital because they were in a car accident, and they tested them and they were positive. And same thing's true from what I've been reading in England, in London specifically.
Yeah,
and even in New York State, even though the New York City, even though that the COVID numbers in terms of the positive tests are going through the roof, the hospitalizations are not increasing all that much in relation to the positive test cases. So all the stuff I've seen is good, but
Yeah, we might actually be able to travel and do stuff again in yeah.
Yeah, I saw the Denmark. I don't know who it was in Denmark. I don't know if it was their medical office or something. They said Denmark would be over the pandemic in 2 months.
Well, I wouldn't be that optimistic, but
Yeah, I know. I thought that was a wee bit optimistic, but I saw that article today.
I'm a little bit optimistic for the summer, and maybe the winter will not be the kind of winter we have now, which would be good, but
well,
I think it's
we'll
a little
see.
bit optimistic to say that it's in 2 months.
So, Warren, when are you going to join the club?
Which club?
The Tesla Owners Club in Norway.
Well, you could do that, or I could save up for my house. So basically,
Well, you can be like a Florp. You can live in your car.
no. I'm kind of strange in Norway because we have 80% 80% of the people in Norway own their own house. So it's about time to get cracking.
Yeah, but you can get a Model Y, and you can make beds that fit into the back of the Model Y.
Yeah,
And you can sleep there, and you can do your streaming and.
The problem in Norway now is that we are producing power that we sell cheap to the rest of Europe. So our energy prices now have skyrocketed for electricity. So sometimes it's actually as cheap or as expensive or more expensive to drive an electric car. It is absolutely madness. The thing is that I think it is 2022 or 2023, German has finally, they have to go through a process to open up this gas pipe to Russia. And Putin will no longer be butthurt and hopefully not be butthurt and stop his little bit of a boycott of sending gas to Germany so they can actually get the gas they need. So the electric prices will go down again, which would be nice. So that's a little bit of high politics. I think that the Norwegian government since we're part of NATO, one of the reasons why we're selling electricity down there is because we don't want the Russians to have any power over Germany.
Well, be careful what you say, Bjorn. Putin could be listening.
Well, if he is, he should go to bed or do something reasonable. Fine. But yeah, they built this big gas pipe from Russia to Germany, and the Germans need to go through the process to actually open up this thing, and it takes time, and the Russians are butthurt. So we'll see. That's one of the big fears because we are so dependent on Russia for energy. It's one of the big fears that if there's a big war, they would just turn off the electricity they send or the energy they send to us. We're screwed. Well, not Norway. We have enough. The rest of Europe.
Well, as always, Bjorn, it's been a joy.
Yes.
Being around the true gem.
Are you? God
But it's time to
watch the football.
Time to bid adieu, they say in France.
Well, they say a lot of stuff in France, but I'll let that slide for now.
Yeah.
See you later.
Alrighty. Well, have a good whatever time it is in your neck of the woods. Have a good day.
You too, man. See you later.
Alrighty.
you.